Recording. Okay, so yeah, and also my slides are available there. wesruv.github.io/reveal.js/css-training.html. So yeah, the slide deck was made in Reveal.js, which is HTML and CSS, and all of my notes and stuff is in there, and you can refer to it anytime you would like. Okay, so we are going to go over all of these lovely things. So we're going to go over some of the basics, and I'll kind of speed through the parts that are, you kind of know, but it's kind of necessary to build up some of my points. So apologize for that. So yeah, there we go. So some forward advice. You don't need to memorize everything. I constantly have CSS tricks articles open, especially for Flexbox and Grid. Don't feel like you need, if you don't have everything memorized, you're not a pro, because very, very few people are able to just sit down and write CSS. You have to have been doing it forever. If you want to get good at this, make an excuse to practice or teach even better. Just make up something to do. Go to CodePen, take part in some exercises, and just make up an excuse to try this stuff out so you'll remember it. So when you can read, if you're curious about how something works, or what's all associated with a certain CSS property. W3C is the canonical place, but often it's quite hard to understand. The documents are actually written for the people that make the browsers, not necessarily us. So it can get pretty in-depth, we'll say. But MDN is my favorite for looking at documentation, and CSS tricks is more practical stuff generally, where it's like, I'm in this situation, I need to do this, whereas MDN is more, what are all the properties of display or whatever. Another thing I'll say is W3 Schools is in no way associated with the W3C. I do not like that website. Please don't click on it. So it goes down in the Google results. It's first somehow still. It annoys me. MDN is the best for that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, just real quick, we'll go through some debugging tool basics, because I'll be inspecting things and messing around, and just to give you a quick idea of what's all happening. So, most popular way to probably get into the debug tools of the browser is to right-click and inspect something. It'll inspect whatever you click on. So up here we have the DOM. The DOM is not the same as the HTML document. So the HTML document is like a blueprint, but as soon as it's loaded into a web page, it becomes a living, breathing thing. So you can think of it as a blueprint versus an actual house. So this is real. Kids are going to write on the walls. Stuff is going to happen now that it's a house and not a blueprint. So JavaScript can move things around and change things. And so the DOM is what we call the living, breathing thing. And then inside of here, you can look through the document. You can inspect all the different things. It's going to look like HTML, and that's all nice. And then I'm using Chrome, but you can use whatever you like. Firefox has very nice dev tools as well. This is just what I'm used to. And yeah, so there are different breakpoints in the dev tool, so depending on how big it is, the layout may change, or the location. You'll notice I have it on the side. That's where I prefer my dev tools, but if you click on what I affectionately call the kebab menu, you will see there are other places you can put it. It's going to default to the bottom of your browser, generally speaking. And yeah, the reason why I like the side is I can test mobile pretty easily, or different breakpoints, just by doing this, which comes in real handy. My favorite layout is when you can see this pane and this pane. So if I squish here a little more, you'll see that that goes away. So if we inspect an element here, The styles tab is going to show you everything that's currently affecting that element, from the loudest thing, which I'll kind of get to that later, what that means, to the the kind of the defaults that the browser sets. So it's most important to least important. And then you can even add your own styles in here. The other pane, which showed up for me without me having to click on anything at that other breakpoint, is the computed pane. This is really handy. It is telling you exactly what's affecting it. So if you're like, why does this have margin, or whatever it is, you can scroll down here or even type in the filter and find, oh, okay, margin right. Okay, that's being set by some CSS that's on the page. And then if you click on that, you can even go to it and it'll show you, oh, okay, that's where it is. And so it'll help you understand what's going on. Yeah, not a lot of people necessarily use the computed pane, but it's really important for debugging. I use it all the time. Highly recommend. And yeah, if you can get them both, that's great, because then on this side I'm looking at the different styles, and this side I have that. And yeah, I think that's about it for now. Any questions so far? Okay. Again, feel free to stop me at any time. Yeah, cool. So first, units and lengths. So that's the technical term for all the lovely things you can set different values to. So the most popular one is pixels, right? So you think of a pixel as one of these little dots on the screen. And so here, a couple examples of that's what pixels might look like when you write it. And here we have a blue box that is 60 by 60 pixels, and hooray. One thing to be aware of, one pixel in CSS does not necessarily equal one little point of light. And you might think, why on earth is that? Well, when these little phones came out, if they didn't make that change where one pixel wasn't necessarily one point of light, every website would be super tiny because the pixels were a lot smaller on that thing because it had to be. So, since we don't want to do this, one pixel is not one point of light on the screen. What it is it is one actual point of light times the screen density. So if it's a 2x screen, then you're going to have 2 pixels make 1 CSS pixel. Percentage. Another very common one. Looks like that. Here's what it might look like. And here I did 50%, I believe, and it's taking up 50% of its parent. Cool, cool. Something unexpected with this one too. Percentage of what? So sometimes you might think, oh, I set it height to a percentage, so it should be a percentage of the height of the thing that it's in, right? Unfortunately, no. So you always have to ask yourself, what is it a percentage of? Almost always, wherever you put percentage, almost always it will be a percentage of the width of the parent. But again, lots of asterisks to that. It really depends. So you just kind of have to, try out different situations. You can inspect items and see. Actually, there's one thing I can show you real quick. When you hover over something, you can get the dimensions of it. So if you set the height, let's say, to a percentage, you can say, okay, well, right now it's X high, however high it is. And then you can go and look at, okay, on the parent element, is that, okay, the width is this much. So I set the 50% height, and it's 100 pixels high, and the parent is 200 pixels wide. So, oh, okay. It's a percentage of the width of the parent element. All right, now I know. So yeah, you just kind of have to mess around sometimes to figure out what you're getting a percentage of, unfortunately, which is why they're not ideal. Text-based units. I love me some text-based units. If anyone was in print design back in the day, you might think this means something that it actually doesn't. So in typography, M is the length of an M dash. So forget that. CSS is like, oh, we want to sound like typography, but we're not actually going to do it right. So 1M is actually the calculated font size of the current element. So let me explain what that means real quick. So if I have a box that is width 2EM and then another box where I increase the font size to 2EM and then set the width to the same value, we'll notice that the box is a lot bigger. Not only is it a lot bigger, it lines up in the same exact part of the X because it's size based on the font. So it's going to line up exactly the same even though they're proportionally different. Yeah, so the way that that's calculated, by default, if you don't do anything, 99.9% of the time, the font size will default to 16 pixels unless the user changed it. So when I said width 2em here, it says, okay, 2em equals 16 pixels, font size, times 2. 32 pixels, easy peasy. And when I said the font size here is 2em, it's 2em, so 16 pixels times 2, 32 pixels. Okay, but then when this is like, what is happening? I did something yesterday apparently that increased the font size of all of my fonts. Yeah, right. This is what I get for making last minute changes. All right, so then when I went to go calculate the width, the font size wasn't 16 pixels, it was 32. So now it's going to be 64 pixels instead of 32. So it's taking, again, it's taking the font size of the current thing. And I could have set this to pixels, I could have set this to percentage, I could have set this to all sorts of stuff. Whatever this ends up resolving to is what it'll use for the any other property that is set to EM. And real quick, another fun thing about the computed tab. The computed tab is going to give you the value that JavaScript would see. So in here, it's never going to say 2em. It's always going to say the actual pixels that it ended up being. And it'll actually, I believe, also include the rounding. So if something is half a pixel, and that thing can't be half a pixel for whatever reason, it should give you the rounded value. Or no, it doesn't. I lied. It doesn't give you the rounded value. Because it's a jerk. But a lot of things are rounded, which can be an annoying bug to track down. All right, so rem. Similar to em, it's just it's root em. So the HTML element, the tag, whatever that font size is set to, that will be what one rem is equal to, no matter where in the document you are. Context does not matter. So em, context really matters, but with rem, no matter where you say rem in the document, it's going to be the same value. So my example here, same exact CSS as last time, except for we did rem, and you'll notice that this is the same exact width, despite different font sizes. I wonder if I could change this slide. 1 second. Let me hack my slide deck here before I go insane. What did I do? Oh yeah, this is a great example of debugging. I did this on purpose. Alright, so we're going to go to calculated. Who changed you? I thought I knew you, font size. Interesting. So it's probably actually that something was removed. Okay. Let's just do this. Uh, 0.8 even. Oop. Aha! So what I did there, if I were to reload the document, is going to go away. So if you've never done that before, but for the time being, this will stick with me as long as I don't reload the page. Hooray! One. All right. Cool. So EX and CH. You don't have to know these. I've literally never used them, but just kind of know that they exist. So one EX is the calculated width of the x, lowercase x, in whatever font that ends up rendering. Really fun. And CH is the same, but it's the width of a 0 instead of an x. So it could potentially be useful if you needed a size that was relative to why? Okay. Many things are broken. What fun. All right. More debugging. Okay, what did I do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get rid of wrap. Nuts to you, McGillicuddy. All right. And then go away. All right, cool. There we go. So, on a monospace font, every character is the same width. So these are both set to a width of 20 EX, and it's just a tiny bit different between those two. Fun. Literally never used it. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, viewport units. So a lot of people can get kind of hung up or confused on these. They're not as daunting as they seem. So first we have to ask, what's a viewport, right? The viewport is the size of the browser. So on a desktop computer, if it's maximized, it'll be basically the screen width, except for, there's this little bit that cuts into it. And then if it's not maximized, it's just going to be however much space it takes up. On a phone, it's going to be basically the screen size. There are some caveats. Safari, it has more things that cut into the viewport size. So 1 VW is 1% of the viewport width. So 100 VW is 100%. So you're going to get the screen width that way, or the browser width. So if I were to say 25 VW, if it was the font size or width of something or the height, it's going to be this much. Whatever, if it's a height, it's obviously not going to be horizontal, but it's going to say, oh, okay, the browser's that wide, I need 25% of that. And so it also takes into account orientation. Browsers know which way is horizontal based on a gyroscope in your phone. And so of VH, same thing, but now we're talking about height instead of width. Pretty easy. So 25 VH says, okay, this is how tall the browser is. I just need 25% of that. So vmin, a little weird. Never used this, but know that it exists. It's going to take 1 vmin is going to be 1 VW or 1 VH, whichever one's smaller. So in this case, it's skinnier than it is tall. So 1 vmin will equal 1 VW. In this case, it is shorter than it is wide. So 1 vmin is 1 VH. So if I say 25 vmin, this is what it's going to look at, depending on those different screens. And then we have vmax. Same thing, but the opposite. It's going to look at the wider one, and it's going to resolve to a VW or a VH, depending on the size of the browser.
Do you think these were for sizing fonts, relative to the browser size? What do you think is the point of the vmin vmax?
Most often I use it for making sure, well, if I use it in a media query, for instance, I might need to say, oh, okay, I know this thing is this tall. So if the screen is this short, I have a problem. Oh, no, that wouldn't use viewport units. No. So rewind. A better example is like a hamburger menu on mobile. I want it to be the entire height of the screen. I would set it to 100 VH. That's a good example. It can be used on fonts. There's some witty tricks for that. It's not too often that you'll do it. If you're a design type nerd, that's probably a little bit too much of an unknown variable. Setting font to a viewport unit. You probably usually want more control and more of a expected outcome than viewport units offer for font size. So I'll usually just say, okay, you're 16 pixels, you're 54 pixels, or whatever.
Right.
Okay, so there's also physical units. They're exactly what you think they are. They didn't pull any fast ones on you here. The reason you might use these is for print style sheets. I've almost never used them. I've used inches once on a print style sheet, but know that they exist. So which unit should I use? Pretty common question I get. And the question is, what are you trying to do? And so a good example is if you're styling a button and you're setting the padding here, it's more important that the padding is proportionate to the font size. Because you notice if we set it in pixels here, it kind of looks goofy that it has a tiny bit of padding here, but this one has a lot proportional. So I would use EM in this case because it's more important that this is proportionate to the font than it is, whatever else. If I want something to be 100 VH because I want it to take up the entire height of the screen, I use VH. Another good general rule is try relative units first, and if they don't make sense, then fall back to pixels. But usually a lot of people default to pixels, and that'll usually bite you every once in a while. So practice by saying, okay, is there a relative unit that makes sense here before you go to pixels? Yeah, what I just said. So, media queries. Another fun thing that came with the advent of phones. Oh, actually, no, it came before that, but got a lot more popular with phones. So media queries look like this. You've probably seen them before. So it just says @media, and then you can put a whole bunch of conditions, or just one condition, and then inside of the curly braces, you have a bunch of CSS rules. And it could be as many or as few as you want. So one question you can ask with @media is, what medium am I looking at? Is it screen or print? Fun fact, there's also speech, braille, embossed, TTY, which is command line, and TV. So if your website is loading up in one of those form factors, you can do different things. Again, never use this, but now you know. This is generally what I'll use. And a lot of times, print is going to be a separate style sheet. It doesn't have to be, but that's a common pattern. Another question you can ask the browser is, what size is the screen? And again, this is going to look at the browser size, not screen size. So I misspoke a little bit there. So I can say, okay, anything that's larger than, so mid-width kind of means larger than 768 pixels, which is a pretty common size you'll see. I can also use EM. I actually prefer EM for really insanely nerdy reasons, but there's nothing wrong with pixels. So you can say min-width this, and then min-height. So and then put a bunch of rules in there. So it's important that it's bigger than this width and bigger than that height. And you also have other rules like max height that you can use.
I've never used min height.
Yeah,
Ever. Really?
I've used it on mobile menus. It's like, okay, if the screen is this small, like I need to do some different things. Like the menu needs to scroll, or things like that. I had a client who you had the website. You'd click on the hamburger, right, and the menu would fly out. But they made money from ad revenue, so there was a bar along the top, right? And so when you went like that, like you lost basically half the screen to an ad. And then so I had to say, okay, if the screen's this big, do these other things, just to like make it even usable. But it was not ideal. But yeah, it's pretty uncommon, but sometimes you need it. So, @media best practices. You'll often hear mobile first media queries, or work mobile first, or whatever. And all that means is just use min width and min height instead of max width or max height. There are some exceptions to the rule where sneaking one of these in is maybe a better idea, but like 99% of your media queries should be min width, min height. You'll hear some people be dogmatic about working mobile first. I don't work mobile first. As long as the end product is mobile first, it's fine. I often do desktop first and go backwards. I don't know if it's because I've been doing this too long, or if that's better for me for some reason, but whatever. As long as the end product is mobile first. So the way that looks is we have an element called box, and so the default CSS that everyone gets is going to focus on the mobile experience, and then I say, okay, if we get wider, then I'm going to do some different things, or more things. And then if we get wider than that, I'll do more things. So like the font size might increase, or the padding might increase, or things like that. You probably wouldn't change the background color, but you could. Another best practice is to group all the styles together. So when responsive stuff first came out, a lot of Drupal themes and a lot of people would have a style sheet per breakpoint, which turned out to be a giant headache. I hated it. I hated it so much. And this is verbose, but it's a lot easier. So even though I have an identical media query here, they're both 768, I separated them because here I'm talking about doodad and here I'm talking about widget. And so if I'm like, okay, why on earth does widget look that way? I only have to look in one place. It's all grouped together. So that's the idea there. Is just keep everything next to each other so that you don't have to go looking in multiple places.
Would you say that's true with SAS too?
Oh yeah, yep. So what I'll generally do with SAS is, you know, I'll have my style here. And then, so I have my default mobile, and then I'll do @media inside of here.
Mm-hmm.
Media, and then do my styles in here. And then so everything's grouped like that. So it looks a little different, but it's the same effect. Keep stuff together so it's easier on your brain. Only be as specific as necessary. So you know, you don't add rules because you're like, oh, I do kind of want it only on this size. Like, only use it if you need it. So, you know, do I need to put and screen here? Does it need to be screen exclusive style? Probably not. Do I need min height? I mean, you might say, oh yeah, the iPad is this by this, and so I only want to focus on iPads. Like, well, I mean, anyone who has a screen width that wide could benefit from this probably. You probably don't need that. Sometimes you do, but just, you know, be minimalist here. And you'll hear that a lot from me with CSS, is be minimalist with what you do to achieve the job, as long as it's effective. Don't be minimalist for the sake of it, but yeah, putting too much out into the world with CSS will bite you. So another question I get asked a lot is, how big should my breakpoints be, right? And it doesn't really matter too much. Like, it's not, but if you want the answer to the question, it should be based on the content, not the devices. So because Bootstrap doesn't know what your website looks like, they have breakpoints based on devices because there's no better measure for them. They're making a guess for a lot of people. But if you're building everything from scratch and you really want to be cool and do things the cool kid way, yeah, you're going to look at line lengths. You're going to look at are the columns getting really tiny? Are the images getting dumb looking? They're like either too big or too small or whatever. And devices are a decent guide. And I always test from 300 to 1600. Those are generally the widths that are going to get the most traffic. The skinniest phone is generally 320, so that's even a little low, but whatever. And then 1600 is a common desktop screen width. So people who navigate with the maximized browser, which is actually a ton of people. I don't, and I just figured everyone else was like me, but they're not. Google Analytics told me.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So that there's a lot to unpack there potentially if you're not a designer by
right.
So is there, you know, when you say squished or line lengths too long, images need to be bigger, are there places where you kind of look to see, okay, this is a good either rule of thumb for those sorts of things?
Yeah, so I have a couple examples here,
Okay,
but long line, I don't have one for long line length. That's about 60 to 80 characters is when you're getting like, oh, okay, that's a bit much. It's basically, if you just kind of sit back and think for a second, it's like, does my eye have to work really hard to find the beginning of the next line because it's so far over this way? Is kind of what you're trying to get at. It's not the end of the world though. It's yeah, it's just kind of a good idea. So here's this is a real example of Bootstrap. They don't pay much attention to what I call no man's land, which is between like it's around 500 pixels. There aren't many devices that are this wide. So this is a weird long line length, especially for centered type. Centered type, your eye has to find the beginning of the line because it's not going to be where it expects. And yeah, then you also have the line length working against you. So if this looks goofy to me, I would either bring in the width of these columns, or I would make a different breakpoint and maybe do 2-column here if I could get away with it. And also, these are huge. In the actual site, these are like little. It's like picture, 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 and then like information about each multi-column. And so that's enormous. It's not really supposed to be that large. So here's another example on the other end. I faked this one. They were better than this, so I just copied this in the inspector. You can copy HTML and plop it in. And so these are really tiny line lengths. Like you're barely getting any words in here, right? So it looks kind of dumb. So yeah, you just want to avoid that kind of stuff. But again, it's you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be a designer. Just if it's like that looks not good, then put in a meaty query. All right, so we can have a break if we want. We can also keep going. Does anyone want a break? All right. Well, I'm good to keep going. Let's do it. So, it's probably what a lot of you were drawn in by. All the grid and Flexbox and the new weird stuff. Let's talk about that. So, it's 2019 now. I need to update that. All right. So I'm going to start by this is the meat. This is the thing I didn't see other CSS trainings talking about. This thing called document flow. So I'm going to make up some words that you might not find in other documentation just to kind of communicate the idea. Not all these terms are real, but anyone who knows CSS will get the gist of what I'm saying, even if they're not technical terms. So document flow is a technical term. So document flow is how things want to lay out based on the styles you apply to them. So type, likes to kind of flow like this, and then when it, it doesn't have anything else to do, it just kind of is as long as it needs to be. Floated image will make a text dodge it, and it kind of wants to, go all the way over to one side or the other, right? And then, you might have, let's say, Flexbox over here, and it has certain properties when you do Flexbox. It wants to behave a certain way. And the container here might be display block, and it wants to take up as much width as it can unless you say otherwise, right? So they all kind of want to behave a certain way. So this is document flow. They're pretty cool. They like reading. They like you to be able to read things. One of the big things, the goals of document flow is to make sure that nothing is overlapped. Nothing is, hard to read or looks bad. So it's trying to make sure that you're able to see all the content. That's document flow's main objective. Doesn't dig pixel perfection. It's not their thing, man. They kind of can do it, but it's not really a worthwhile goal in their opinion. And don't be mean to document flow. They're really nice. If you're mean to them, though, it'll make your life harder. It's harder to maintain a website that's breaking document flow a lot, which is something you'll hear, and I'll be talking about. So here's some different kind of document flow. So you have kind of text flow, and this isn't really a term, but text flow is like how like a strong tag wants to behave. It's going to nestle into the paragraph in the text, and it's not going to doesn't have any strong opinions. It's like just kind of go with the text. It's cool. So any inline element is going to try and mimic text flow. So for example, by default, all images are inline. So if you ever put an image in the middle of a paragraph, you'll notice that there'll be like a line of text, your giant image, and then the rest of the text. I can draw that real quick. And it's really weird, but let's say I have some text here, and then I put in an image, and the image is going to be like, I'm text, look at me. And the next line of text is going to be down here, and the rest of them will be, where you'd expect. That's because by default, this is pretending to be text, which is kind of a goofy default, but makes sense, kind of. Another thing about text flow is white space matters, up to one space, right? So you can put a million spaces between two words, but when it renders on the page, it's only going to be one space. So another thing that I'll call, make up a word here, is layout flow. So this is things like grid, block, Flexbox, things that aren't inline, basically. So it's white space agnostic. It doesn't care how much white space you put in there, it's going to ignore it. One space, a million spaces, it's going to render as no spaces. So yeah, grid Flexbox, table's weird. And CSS columns, if you've heard of that one, it's another kind of layout specification. So just to give you some ideas of what I might do, so this would probably be display block. I'd probably do display flex on this and have each menu item kind of line up neatly, whereas back in the old days, use float. But I'll tell you why that's not a great idea in a bit. This would be display block. There's another floated element here. My headline's going to be display block. And then I might use like grid or something, or Flexbox, to get these two columns in place. Yeah. So this is my cartoon character for things that mess with or break document flow. So this is an angry little fellow. It's not wrong to break document flow, but this guy's going to do exactly what you say, even when it's a bad idea, is kind of the problem. So not a big fan of these newfangled phones, this guy. Whenever you break or mess with document flow, you're going to want to test on phones a lot. And you're losing safeguards, right? So, if you say you want this position absolute top 100, he's like, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing, even when it overlaps all this crap. Love it. Doing it. So yeah, it's kind of a little grumpy guy. So things that will break document flow, we have position absolute, fix, and sticky. Sticky's new, and not everyone can use it yet, but those are the three things that will absolutely break document flow, and I'll explain that in a little bit. Or actually, I'll explain that much later. So things that mess with document flow. So when I say mess with, things can overlap, but things are still taking up space. So going back to this, if I made this image position absolute, and I can open this marker, the text would go behind it, right? And so the image would overlap the text, which is terrible. But with position relative, the text won't go behind it, but if I scoot this thing over this way, it's going to overlap the text, but still pretend like it was inhabiting this space. So that's what I mean by mess with. So negative margins are another thing, and transform. Also negative padding will mess with document flow. It'll clip things or overlap things, potentially. So there's nothing wrong with breaking document flow. If I need to just give an error on a website to someone I want, they have to know that there's an error that they need to resolve, I might do an overlay like this. And you can't do this without breaking document flow. So it's not like it's wrong. It's just you need to know that you're risking things overlapping. But in this case, I want an overlay to overlap the website because I want them to have to deal with this first. If you do this for newsletter sign-up, all right.
Get a lot of sign-ups.
Yeah. Nope. Finger wag. Finger wag is what I think. So TL didn't think your cartoons were funny. Breaking the flow can cause complicated problems. It's a maintenance problem. It's going to give you headaches. So try to use flow-friendly tools first. If they don't work, if you really need it, then there's nothing wrong with breaking document flow. And if you enjoy your sanity, the majority of your styles should be flow-friendly. So if you need to nudge something over, and because it's not quite laying out how you want, don't use position absolute or flow and friendly things unless it's a good idea or not a bad idea. So, layout 101 in this year.
You need some JavaScript there.
Yeah. So, floats. If you've been around a while and been doing CSS, you'll remember that we've been using these for layout for over a decade. Don't use them for layout anymore, unless you're dealing with a lot of old browsers. In which case, if you're learning CSS right now, I don't recommend that you get good at float layout. Just use Bootstrap or something, because learning all the quirks of float layout is not fun at all. So yeah, just using a library that'll do it for you is going to be a lot easier. The only things floats are really good for is what they're originally intended for, which is floating content so that text will dodge it. That's originally what it was meant for, and we've been using it for layout because it worked. That's basically it. And before that, we're using tables, not because that's what it was meant for, but because it worked. So CSS has been full of people just using tools for unintended reasons for a very long time, and now we finally have good tools to achieve layout with. And it's only been, what, like 20 years? Like, anyway. CSS Grid. So I'm gonna start by things that you would use on the outermost elements of a web page, and then we're gonna work our way in to stuff that you use on like the little stuff, like buttons and stuff like that. So also this is one of the fun things to talk about. So why not front load it? So CSS Grid is great at two-dimensional layout, meaning rows or columns, or both. It's also great at large-scale layouts. It's very robust. It's hard to break. Unlike floats, sometimes your sidebar would end up underneath your content. You're like, ah. You don't have that problem here. You might get things squished more than you want, but you won't have a wrapping problem. So you can define any number of rows or columns. You can do all sorts of fancy things. You can define interesting constraints for your rows or columns. They don't have to be equal width. They could be also fluid. You could say it could be as skinny as this and as wide as this. All sorts of things like that. And constraints could be rigid, flexible, or content-based, which is, again, kind of gets that document flow idea where HTML and CSS really wants you to be able to read all the content. It's very interested in making sure that content is legible and being able to size things according to content.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So like in that case, when you said that, it made me think like if you had a column, maybe you were saying maybe 60 characters would be the upper end for so you could do like a column width of 60M or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. It won't work out with any font that's not monospaced. It's not going to work out exact, but it's good enough.
Right.
Yeah, you actually, it'll probably end up being a little bit more than that. It'll be
because you want padding and other.
Well, a character, or no, on most fonts I would think a character might be a little bit wider than 1M. Maybe not. Maybe it's smaller. I don't know. I'd mess around with it, but yeah, it's a fun thought experiment. So
I just never thought about that.
Yeah.
Never.
M's are great. I love them. So just some quick terminology here. Grid container. That just means the parent item that has display grid on it, right? That wraps everything. A grid item is a child of the grid container. So it's a direct descendant. It can't be a great-grandchild or anything. And by that I mean, it can't be 2 tags deep, right? It can't be inside of a div that's inside of a div or something. It has to be directly inside of the grid container. They're working on making it possible to have a great-grandchild be positioned based on the grid of its ancestor, but that's not there yet. It'll be nice. A grid track is just a fancy way of saying row or column. Probably won't hear that one too much. But just so you know, grid lines are really important. So I've made these dotted lines so you can kind of visualize what this grid is. It's 3x3, and any line is a grid line. And so that's the way you position things. You'll count grid lines, and I'll show you that in a second. So beginning with grid. In order to get any element to start behaving in the grid spec, you need 2 things. You need display grid, and then you need grid template property. So you can say grid template rows or grid template columns. There's a shorthand where you can just say grid template and specify both rows and columns. I don't use it because it's not the most intuitive. It's not easy to read, basically. But yeah, so if we said this is 25, 50, and 25, so that's what that looks like. So this one's twice as wide as these 2. And then you might ask, what if there's more? Oh, well, actually a caveat there. By default, So everything has CSS styles, even if you didn't add any, because the browser has a default style sheet, right? So the strong tag will look bold. Hooray. By default, if something is a child of a grid item, it's going to take up one row and one column. That's the default, right? And so you might ask yourself, what if there's more content than I have grid spaces? I'm stealing any example that kind of looks like this, I'm stealing from Grid by Example, which is Rachel Andrew, who helped work on the grid spec, and it's an awesome site. It's if you want to learn via like a kind of more documentation, drier-oriented kind of thing, that's a good one. And I emailed a lot of you CSS Grid Garden, which is the more like interactive, like fun way, but that's more helping you memorize and not necessarily like use cases. So Grid by Example is a lot of use cases and explaining what different things do. So anyway, if we look up here, let me make that a little bigger. Let me get rid of the console. Go away. So our wrapper here, it specifies the number of columns. It does not specify a number of rows. And by default, everything, if it's display grid, it'll have one row, right? But I have a bunch of items in here, and what's happening is, as soon as I run out of spots, it's just going to make more spots. So if I copy, it's weird. In order to copy things, you have to go through this menu, at least in Chrome. But then to paste, you can just go bloop, and press Control-V, which is what I did. It's just going to make a new row, and then the next item is just going to take up one slot, unless I tell it otherwise. And I'll just keep doing that forever. So if I specified a row, so if I said, for example, grid template. Oh, another fun feature is autocomplete in any inspector worth its salt. Rows. If I specify 1 and I say it's, let's say, 300 pixels, I said 300 pixels. Really? Should be 300 pixels tall. Live demo. Grid template rows. Oh, because I'm setting it on the box. Dude. All right, here we go. Grid template rows, and then if I say 300 pixels, there we go. The first one's going to listen to me, and everyone after that, it's set to auto. It doesn't repeat. So auto is as tall as the content, basically. More often than not, I'm just specifying grid template columns, and I don't set rows because I don't really care. It's just like, be as tall as you need to be. And that's another example of just kind of being minimalist, only setting the things you need to set, because if you're more specific, you might end up, creating a problem for yourself. How we doing? Speed up, slow down? Doing okay? All right, cool. So you can specifically place grid items. Hooray! So the visual order of things does not have to be the source order or the order it shows up in the HTML. So here's the longest way of writing these things. You can say, okay, it's going to start at column 2, it's going to end at column 3, or it's going to end at, that's not correct. It's going to start at the second grid line. It's going to end at the third grid line. And it's going to start at, the row's going to start at the first grid line, it's going to end at the second grid line. No one asked you, Windows. All right, so.
Excuse me. So, but grid line, like I'm thinking about that first picture, is the bounding box considered the first? That's 1.
Yep.
Okay.
So if I said 2 and 3 in that example, I would go 1, 2. Okay, that's where I start. 1, 2, 3. That's where I end. Another fun thing you can do is you can place them from the end. I actually use this a lot. So here's a good example of what I use it for. I want it full width. I say it starts at 1, it ends at -1. Which means you start here, so 1, oh, there I start, okay. Then I end, -1, 1. All right, so now I'm full width. Does that make sense?
Tricky.
You see my furrowed brow?
I'm furrowed.
Yeah, so in that example, I say you start at the first grid line and you end at the -1, so the last grid line is what it's counting from the end.
Okay.
And then so when it,
And why would you do that though? Because don't you generally know how many?
so when you're doing responsive, you might change the number of columns depending on breakpoint. And so this is the -1 is just, it's going to be full width no matter how many columns I have. I don't care.
I see.
The other thing you'll do is you might say that your sidebar is going to be 2 columns wide. And so you want the content area to start at 1 and end at -3. I think it would be, or -2, whatever it would be. Because it'll dodge the, it'll let the sidebar end up in the last column. Oh, and this doesn't work. I should take that out.
I'll just start a -2.
I haven't been able to get grid row negative to do what I think it should do based on what column does. And I asked a question in a place Rachel Andrew might read. I haven't gotten a response yet.
How
So-
would grid column start negative work?
What?
So it's
Oh yeah, so it doesn't
straight in.
it's not working logically necessarily. So if I have I could have the numbers reversed. So I could say it starts at -1, so it goes ooh, okay, and then it ends at -3, so it goes 1, 2, 3, and it's not going to like flip the content like a mirror. It's just going to oh, I take up this much space.
Right. Okay.
So yeah.
Got it.
Ah, yeah, okay. So this is going to be an actual break. So we'll take 10 minutes. And if you haven't, or even if you have, I'd recommend messing around with CSS Grid Garden just to kind of explore some of the properties and see how they work yourself. So we'll say it's 10:07 right now, 10:17. Look how witty, oh, no, wait. There we go. Look how witty I am. That's a form field in there, and I can just type it in. Ha! All right, ready to get started again? Anyone not ready, I guess is. All right, cool. Let's just do it. So, some more CSS Grid. Now that you've gotten a chance to mess with it. So there is Grid item shorthand. I use this a lot. So instead of saying grid column starts, grid column end, you can just say 1/-1, which is start and end. Oh, I didn't mention before, but you can define things by how much they span instead of where they start and end, and you can just kind of let them lay out wherever they end up laying out. You don't have to be uber specific about where they are. And then you don't even have to specify where they end. If they're just going to take up 1 column or 1 row, that's the default. They'll span 1. So you don't need to say end at 3. It'll just do that by default. So here's an example. So header grid column 1 -1, like I said, it's full width. And then here I said grid column 1 span 2, but I didn't tell it where to go. It just kind of knew, okay, the next place there's room for me is right here. And then sidebar, I said grid row 2, grid column 3. Just to make sure it didn't go anywhere goofy.
Why would you not do grid row 1 if you header?
Oh, it's going to go there by default because it was first in the document. It was first in the HTML. So things are going to, by default, they're going to take up a slot as it's available, unless you specify something specific. And so you can actually make things overlap if you want to. That's handy for like if you want to do like an image caption. you could have a 1x1 grid and put them both in the first column, first row, but just have the caption be at the bottom. If you want to overlay the image.
Yeah, great.
Whereas you used to have to use position absolute. No more. Okay, so named grid areas. I thought I was going to use this a lot. Turns out I haven't. Maybe next year I will. I don't know. But, on the grid container, you can say, hey, this is the pattern I want you to follow, 25, 50, 25 for my columns, and we're going to do header, header, header. So this is, I'm naming the top 3 grid areas header, so that it's one spot. And then I'm going to say content, content, so it takes up 2 columns. The sidebar is the last one. And then the footer is all the bottom row. And then on my grid items, I just say, hey, header, you're going to go in header. Instead of having to say the where they start and end, I just tell them where to go. I gave them a named spot. And then we have this. Ta-da! And then what's kind of cool about this, which is why I thought I'd use it more, but I haven't, is on mobile, I could be like, oh, now I'm doing 2 column. And I'm just going to do header, header, content, content, and then my sidebar and footer are going to be next to each other at the bottom. And I don't have to change anything on the grid items. They will still go in their named spot. It just happened to change locations. And now we have this. And we didn't have to change any CSS on these guys. So there are a lot of grid unit and helper things that are really useful and very good to know. The first one's called FR, and somebody told me what it meant. I think it's like a fractional unit or something. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't help you understand what it does very much.
It stands for free.
Yeah.
That's all
It stands for frick. It's not doing what I want. So it's content aware, which is why it can be a little squirrely sometimes. So what it does is imagine that when it's rendering a page, it figures out how wide everything is. And then once it figures out how wide everything is, it says, okay, I have some remaining space. I'm going to divvy that up evenly, or proportionately, rather. So if we did this, these would probably be 25%, unless there was like a really wide image taking up a lot of space, in which case, if the image is here, this might take up more space than this, even though they're both set to the same value. It's just that when it calculates it on the page, it's just going to figure. So if you remember when we used to use tables, a table cell might be wider even though you set it to a certain width, because an image is like, ha, I'm this wide, screw you. That's what this will do. Which is nice if you don't want anything to overlap. Again, document flow, wanting everything to behave like that. So when I do this, this is 50-50, maybe. And this is 25-50, 25, maybe. But this will be 25%, no matter what. If things end up overlapping, fine. You said 25%. Another really helpful thing is min-max. Min-max looks like a function here, so it's grid template columns, and then I say, okay, my first column is going to be no less than 200 pixels, and the maximum is 1 FR, which means take over the remaining space. And it's not splitting it with anything else, because nothing else is set to FR, right? So all the remaining space will go to this guy. He has a monopoly on it. I could set this to 8,000 or 1. It'll still be the same because no one else is competing for FR. So let's take a look at that. Oh, gotta use this screen. So this one is minimum 200, maximum 1 FR. And so actually let me inspect. Nothing up my sleeves. Oh wait, no, it's on the wrapper, right? Because it's the column specification there. And so when I do this, whoop, and then it says, no less than that. My creator said no less than 200. So yeah, that is pretty nifty. There's also repeat. So if you don't like typing the same thing over and over again, so this is creating 4 100 pixel columns. This is creating 3 auto columns. So it's just the same thing, auto, or 100 pixels 4 times. Yeah, and I guess we can show you an example there. It's not all that interesting. There we go. So right here you see 4 100. So we have 4 100, and then the rows are 3 auto. So if I were to go into this fine div, and I were to, it'll be as tall as it needs to be because it's set to auto. All right, auto fit and auto fill. So these are inside of the repeat I don't know, function, whatever you want to call it. And so you can specify that instead of specifying quantity. So auto fit will make new columns as there's space for them. So if there's an extra 150 pixels, now you have a new column. And then autofill, no wait, I said that wrong. I always get this wrong. So yeah, this is going to stretch the column essentially. It's going to make them take up more space. Whereas this one is going to add more as it has room for them. Sorry, I always get that wrong. And that's why I Google everything all the time, because I can't remember anything. So this one is auto fit. So you see it's stretching the 3 columns. And then this one down here, I'm going to stay hovered over, oh, yeah, right. How did I do this before? We will copy this. Okay. Nope. Nope. There we go. Oops. Sorry, lost track of my mouse there. Okay, there we go. So, as it has room for more columns, it'll add more. Whereas the other one's just stretching. But yeah, I haven't used these. My designers are all like, we will have exactly 12 columns, which is fine. But you can have it. It's a thing. This could be really useful on a gallery, or something like that. Something where you're like, I don't really know how much screen I have, but I know thumbnails are this wide. You can do a masonry layout. If you remember, masonry JS was a thing where if you had a bunch of tiles and they were of varying sizes, masonry JS would just kind of, assemble them like a wall, which is a masonry reference. Grid can do that. So here's an example by Jen Simmons. That's the code that makes it work. It's not really too complex. So these grid items specify how much they span. So this one says I span 2 columns and 2 rows. So this row ends up being this high because of this fine fellow, because they're set to auto. So this ends up being this high because it's going to span these 2 and then two of those. And so nothing is set in any particular spot, I don't think. And so when I do that, it's just going to shuffle things and make it work, which is pretty cool. The one thing about this is the thing that makes it a little bit different than masonry is this will shuffle things around a little bit. Like if it's like, oh, this takes up 2 by 2, and then it has stuff around it that only takes up 1, it might like change the order of some of them to make the layout work a little nicer, which probably isn't a big deal, but just something to know that grid, if you let it do this dynamic layout and you're not specifying things, it might shuffle things around a little bit to make it lay out nice. which I think is cool and an advantage, but could be frustrating if things are numbered or something. I don't know. So, can I use Grid now? Good question, you. So this was taken last time I did this, so 2/13, February 13th. So we have 85% of global users, according to caniuse.com, fully support Grid. And then January 21st, 2018, it was 72%. So it's gone up quite quickly. But that doesn't really matter, because you should probably be checking the site that you're actually applying the CSS to. So this is a client who will remain nameless, but I asked permission, but I can't use their name. But it's a professional group for scientists and engineers. But they have 87% adoption. So I'm actually building something for them right now, and I have to create a CSS Grid fallback, which makes me sad. But then on lullabot.com, oh no, this is Carnegie Mellon School of Computer Science, is another client of mine. They have 97% of CSS Grid adoption, and so yeah, I'm not creating a fallback. They can, whatever, eat lit paint. Those people who have the old browsers. And it's like, if you remember when responsive design came out and certain browsers didn't respect media queries, they just got a one column layout. It's like they can still use the page. It's just not going to look as wonderful. Whatever. And that's why document flow is awesome. All the content is legible. Okay, and for them, it hasn't increased much. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. So for the professional group of scientists and engineers, in January last year, it was 83%, and now it's 87%. That's not much of a uptick, probably because a lot of those people have lockdown machines that have like Internet. The Internet Explorer is the biggest offender here. Edge has CSS Grid support, which is the new Internet Explorer, but Internet Explorer does not and will not ever.
For your fallbacks, you're not writing like browser-specific styles, are you?
I will show you soon.
Okay.
Good question. Yeah, and CMU has had a slow uptick. January it was 93%, now it's 97%. And Lullabot.com right now, or in February, was 98%. So again, we're not writing fallbacks really. We have like a couple safeguards, so the site looks okay, but meh. So yeah, here's some tips. There's a new thing called @supports. Looks a lot like a media query, and what it does is the browser will try to see if it knows what this means, and if it doesn't, it'll ignore everything in here. And so this is how you do fallbacks. So you create default styles here. So this might be Flexbox or whatever. And then you overwrite it with Grid in an @supports. And I recommend always using @support with Grid, because Internet Explorer 11 thinks it supports Grid. And it's terrible. Like, it'd be better if it thought it didn't. Like, because it's just like, oh yeah, this is gonna look, and then like poops its pants. It's terrible. Yeah, I was so excited. It's like, oh, Internet Explorer 11, like that's what most people have, has Grid support. But then, yeah, I built Lullabot.com. It looked wonderful at the time, and then I went to Internet Explorer 11, and it was just like, terrible. All right, so another very weird, unintuitive thing. Like, everyone wants equal width columns, right? Everyone, because we've been so used to Bootstrap, which is fine. And if you do this, if you use %, and then you have grid gap, which is also known as a gutter if you're a print person or a designer, that gives you a bad link. So I made the grid container pink here, and these are breaking outside of the grid container. You want to take a guess how many pixels that is? I'll give you a hint. The gap is 10 pixels. It is 30. 1, 2, 3. That is because each of these are 25%, right? And then on top of that, you're adding the gap, and the browser's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna shove it off the side. It's like, no, like, we fought this with float layout for so long. Like, why? No, why would I want that? So there's a way to get around it.
Could you do like one free and one ours?
Except, if you have some image that's really wide, kicking things around, your designer will be like, why is this not equal? And you'll be like, because reasons. But this is how you do it. You do use 1FR, but you'll just do min-max 0, 1FR. And that prevents the really long content thing. This creates 4 equal width columns. And if you want, one column to be, twice as wide as the other ones, you can do that by just messing around with this number on one of the columns. But this will get you, and another broken link. Ta-da! No. So it looks goofy. The more I try and think about why this does what it does, the more my head hurts. Just don't think about it. It's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, all right, fine. 2 + 2 is 5. Why not? Okay, so yeah, now is another opportunity to try this stuff out. So I have a broken example of what I just showed you with the grid columns. And if you want, check out more CSS Grid Garden or Grid by Example. You can mess around with all the lovely code samples and all that, which is where I'm stealing most of the code samples that I'm using here. Flexbox time. So a lot of people on the internet, at least, are like, why do we even have Flexbox now? Or why do we have Grid? We already have Flexbox. And they solve 2 different use cases, and they work wonderfully together. So yeah, one does not replace the other. So Flexbox is best at one-dimensional and small-scale layouts. So it wants to be a row or a column. It can do multiple rows or multiple columns, but it's not its long suit. It is also okay. Yeah, so it can go horizontal, vertical, and it can go in reverse or regular order, depending on what you want. It's much better at content relative stuff. So it has alignment stuff based on content. It's much better at respecting how wide content wants to be, whereas Grid is like, nope, we got to be like this, which is what you want out of something like Grid. Whereas this, like if you're doing a gallery or something, I would use this instead of Grid because it'll let thumbnails or whatever be wider if they want to be wider, and the rules around it are kind of better for that. You can also just change the order of items. Not in the same way you can with Grid, and I'll show that in a bit, but you can weight things like you do in like Drupal blocks or stuff like that. And it can also, handle multiple rows or columns. So we'll do some terminology again. So Flex container is the thing that goes around it. Easy peasy. Its direct descendants are Flex items. So they, Grid and Flexbox are 2 examples of CSS styles that will really affect not only what's being styled, but its direct descendants. It'll have a strong effect on them as well. There's the main axis, which could be row or column, but it's the main way that you're orienting things. So if it's a row, it's horizontal. If it's column, it's vertical. And the cross axis is the other one. And you'll hear this a little bit, and it kind of, you don't need to know the term, but just kind of know that it's a thing. It'll help you understand some of the styles. So there's main start and main end. So start is, if you do reverse, things start from here. So this will be the start, but by default, it's over here. And then same thing with column. If main start will be at the top by default, and if you do reverse, it'll be the bottom. And then there's cross start and cross end. And for whatever reason, the cross start is always either the top or the left, whether it's reverse or not. Kind of weird, but whatever. So, beginning with Flexbox. So all you need to make it work is display flex, and then it works. Unlike grid, you need two things, at least two things, to make it do anything. If you just put display grid on an element, it will do nothing. You have to also specify rows or columns, or both. And then I also put in these default attributes. As soon as you enable flex, it's going to assume you want a row, and it's going to assume you don't want anything to wrap. Behold the not wrapping. So each one of these has a width and a height. So that's why they're going off of the page. If they did not have a width and a height, they would be squished instead of shooting off the side. So you can make things wrap. So if you're used to old float layouts, Bootstrap took this up as a replacement for the float system, and it has a pretty good drop-in. It's much more verbose. There's a lot more code you have to write to make it do the same thing, but it's much sturdier. So this is, just flex wrap, wrap. And by default, it's no wrap, which is one word. So you can, I'll sometimes toggle that, like on desktop, I don't want wrapping at all ever, but on mobile, I need it because the screen will get too skinny. So flex direction, there's column, pretty easy. So here's some examples, or an example. So I can, oh yeah, nice. Past me is smart. Okay, so I just have these commented out, and I'll just check them real quick. So here's the default, it's flex row, and then we have row reverse. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we have column. By default, everything's going to take up 100% width. Probably because no, that's because of flex. Yeah, flex by default will stretch things. So everything will be equal height by default if you're in a row, or everything will be take up the full width. And then we can do column reverse, which, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Backwards.
And you just did that because you had those commented out in your CSS?
Yep.
I've never done that.
Yep. Yeah, so if I go in here and reload the page, actually, let's just do, right there, /star.
Cool.
Yep. I learned all sorts of weird tricks by doing these live examples. I'll show you some more in a bit. I did not eat popcorn, but I feel like I have a kernel. I'm sorry. All right, so justify content. So one thing about Flexbox, I find these to be very unintuitive. And I constantly have the CSS tricks guide to Flexbox open. It gets at least 20 visits a week from me. Whenever that Chrome tab opens, it reloads the page. So yeah, don't feel bad. So justify content is going to decide how you align things on the main axis. And just to give you an idea of some of the things you can do with it, I am going insane right now, I'm sorry. Something right there. So you have flex start as the default, which is left align flex end, which would be at main end, if you remember that terminology there. And then space between, it's nice and fun if you want to evenly distribute things that way. Space around means that this space is the same here, which is also equal to this. So each one of them has an equal space around them, and it's going to be double in between two of them. And then space evenly means that this is equal. So if you really want to get persnickety about how your space is distributed, you have lots of cool options there. Align items. So this is going to do the cross-axis. So if you're doing a column, it would be the horizontal, but right now it's the vertical. So center, by default, it's going to be stretch. Like I said, everything's going to be equal height, but center will do that. So here's stretch. So what that looks like. Flex start is going to do the cross-access start, so it's going to be the top. End is the bottom. And then center just takes the height of it and centers it, right? And then there's baseline, which figures out the bottom of the baseline of the type is what it's called if you're a typographer. So these are different font sizes, but you notice the bottom of them all line up, which is pretty cool. That's pretty handy, like if you have a navigation and maybe the first menu items have a larger font size than the next ones. Vertically centered can look a little weird, and it's easier for the eye if they all have the same baseline. So, fun trick. All right, so let's do Flexbox Froggy. Just familiarize yourself with some of those, how they work. Try to get to exercise 10, and we'll give you another 10 minutes. All right, so more Flexbox. So what we've gone over so far was styles that apply to the Flex container, and so now we're going to talk about styles that apply to the Flex items, which there are quite a few. So order is really cool. So here on Flex item 3, I have an order of 1, which shoved it to the end because everything else was default. I forget what the default value is. I think auto. It's like 0, but I don't think it's actually 0. Anyway, you can also do other fun things like negative. You can do enormous numbers. So in this example, I haven't set anything for 1 and 5, and they end up kind of in the middle here. But 2 is negative 999. It shoves over to the left. 3 is 100, so it's at the end. And 4 is only 10, so it sells in that spot. And then 1 and 5 just go where they go. So you'll notice that this isn't as sophisticated as Grid, where you can be like, I want this in the top left, right there. This is more of kind of, this is most important, bring it to the top, push to the bottom, that kind of thing. But it is extremely useful. So one thing that's very interesting and not well documented at all, unless it's changed since I've been doing this, is that margin is really, really good and cool with inside of Flex containers. So you know how when you set margin auto on horizontal, things get centered, right? If they're display block or whatever. And the way that kind of works is it pushes evenly on this side and this side, right? Well, if you ever noticed, if you put margin left auto and this 0, it doesn't like shove it over to the other side, which doesn't really make intuitive sense. Why would auto on both sides do something but one side? Anyway, it does that with Flexbox. Wherever you put auto, it's just going to push. And if you put it on, so right here I have it on all sides, so it's evenly. So it's been pushed into the center, and that's how much space it wants to take up, so that's how big it is. And so I could actually find my mouse. What is happening? My mouse is misbehaving. Come, here we go. Okay. So if I inspect that little fellow, if I say margin top 0, now it's pushing on the bottom, and it pushed it up to the top. And I could do that with any of these. I could also say margin, left, 0. And now it's pushing that way and that way. And so it's on the top left. And so this is actually a lot cooler than all those alignment things, because you can do a lot more sophisticated stuff with this. You could say, you could have 2 of these items. Have some, not you. So if I put margin, auto, on the right thing, there we go, margin auto. And you know that I don't know why I would want this, but you can't. But you can do some really sophisticated things by either setting things to auto, or you could say, for example, margin top 10 pixels. And so now it's just 10 pixels. It's only pushing that much for the top. So it's just, you can do all sorts of really interesting things with this, with margin inside of a Flex container. Very fun. And this makes way more intuitive sense than all that align content, justify, whatever. So I actually use this quite a bit. One thing that is odd, which I didn't, there's a slide for that later. So can I use Flexbox now? Short answer, yes. Long answer, as of February, we're at 94.4 on CMU, on Carnegie Mellon, and in Lullabot.com, and the website for chemical scientists and engineers. It's higher than that. So very fun. One thing you will want to do is that exercise. So let's do another exercise. So this is a really corny joke. So there is a menu that you can style, which is something that's very common to use Flexbox on. So I set up all of the markup for you, and have fun. If you scroll down here, you'll see all the styles that are currently there for the logo and all that. So, and then the goal that you could aim for. So this is an image, and this is current state. So scoot back. And then after that, we'll do a little more layout stuff, and then lunch. And another thing, a tip. Whenever I'm working with CSS, that inspector is literally always open. Highly recommend keeping it open, inspecting things. You always want to, especially with Flexbox, you want to have an idea of like the hierarchy here, so where you should be putting, where you want your Flex container, and where the children are, what things you need to target, all that. Well, hopefully that was fun, not too headache inducing. So, block layout and box model. So this is the ancient ways, right? Still very valid, but this stuff has been around since CSS was a youth. Block layout is most tried and true. So a div, the only thing special about a div tag is that it's display block. That's the only thing it has to offer semantically. So if you think of how a div behaves, that is block layout. Block elements will get stacked on top of each other. That by default they take up as much width as they can, unless they're told otherwise, or something like Flex is affecting them. And yeah, the main reason block exists is to enable other properties like width, height, margin padding, and border. That is its main thing. You're just saying that I don't want you to behave like text. I want you to behave like something that I can apply some layout styles to. When should I use block layout? This is just kind of a fallback. If it shouldn't be Flex and it shouldn't be Grid, but you want to apply a width, block. So yeah, nothing cooler makes sense. You want to use width, height, padding, margin, or position, and it shouldn't be inline. So strong EM span are examples. So going to explain the box model here. So this is, you've probably seen this a lot. I'm not going to take too much time on it, but so you saw this in the computed tab, right? And so this is kind of, you've seen it, but like it's not necessarily intuitive. So that's content. We're going to pretend that's the same thing. We're going to explain box model with cats real quick. So a cat is a piece of content. It's like an HTML tag in this metaphor. So if that's the case, the content is actually the skeleton. That decides how much space it's going to take up, has opinions about how big it is. The padding is the space between the skeleton and the skin, right? So it's how cuddly is that cat, right? And then the border is how much hair the cat has, right? So it's something that's on top of the skin, and it kind of pushes out into the world a bit. Margin is how grumpy the cat is. So how far it wants to be from other things. Get away from me, right? And then we have width, height, all the normal stuff, right? So we're going to describe that cat with box model, and I'll just do it. So this one, a lot of border, yeah, pretty square, so the width and height are probably equal. Not too much interesting there. This is a Sphinx cat, so no border. Pretty. The width is low, pretty tall though. It has a lot of border on the top. All right. This one, so we have two cats they're very cuddly, and then one that has quite a bit of margin. And this one has a hell of a lot of margin. One thing I want to, can I borrow you for a second? Yeah, just stand up.
Sure.
And then, I want to explain margin collapse. So just stand right here for me. And so let's say that you're a pretty friendly guy, but you need your personal space, so put out your elbow for me. Okay, so that's about as much personal space as seems. And let's say I'm super grumpy. I didn't have my coffee yet, and I need this much space, right? So margin collapse, if I'm this close to you, I'm satisfied, and he's also satisfied. And so that means that the distance between us is my arm, not my arm plus his elbow. That's margin collapse. So it doesn't. We're not adding these two grumpinesses together. It's just whoever has the most, that one wins, right? So that's what's called margin collapse. Thank you.
Sure.
So an interesting thing about Flexbox is margin collapse isn't a thing in Flexbox. It is everywhere else. Margin collapse, whichever is the higher margin wins. But with Flexbox, it's additive. So you add the distance between his elbow and my arm. So if I find my mouse and I inspect, you'll notice that we're adding these two margins here. These have equal margin, and they're being added together. We're not getting the margin collapse. So that's only inside of Flex containers. I don't quite understand why, but whatever. Everything else about how it behaves is really cool. Margin inside of Flex container, but that one was an odd one for me. So, box sizing. Box sizing is amazing. I don't know if you remember back in the day, there was a lot of irritation because you had Internet Explorer who said that the space an item takes up in the layout is whatever you say the width is. But then every other browser said it's the width plus the padding plus the border. And so when you set something up, it would break a float because you'd add width plus padding and then something would go to the next line. So box sizing is a way to explicitly say, this is how I want the width to be calculated. So by default, it's content box, which means when you say width, you're specifying how wide this is. And so the space that something takes up in a layout is width plus the padding plus the border. So 100 plus 20 because it's on each side, and then 4 because it's on each side. That should be 4. Okay, let's pretend that says 4. And that's how you get how much space it's going to take up. Whereas border box, if you say box sizing border box, we're saying that when I said the width, I'm talking about all the way up to here. So I said it's 100 pixels wide. Well, I have padding. Well, it's still 100 pixels. Well, I have border. Well, it's still 100 pixels. Hooray, it's 100 pixels. So I recommend, So this is an example of where this goes wrong. So if we had a flex container with a wrap, and I set both these things to 50% with a border and some padding, they're going to wrap. They're not going to be next to each other. It's annoying. So all you do is set border box sizing border box, and now it behaves how you would expect. When you say, I want you both to be 50% wide, which means you would take up 100%. Come on, cooperate. So I recommend whenever you make a new site, just say asterisk, which means all the things are border box by default. It just makes more intuitive sense. Sometimes you want content box, but I find that to be the exception to the rule. So this is just a nice way of saying, when I tell you a width, that is how much space you take up in the layout. That's the way to do that. There's no big disadvantage. It's a very common practice. Back in the days of IE6, if any of you are still dealing with that, first off, I'm sorry. Second off, this will make it so that all browsers calculate width the same way, because this is what IE6 defaults to anyway, and then everything else will then be on the same page, and you won't pull your hair out because IE6 looks one way and everything else is another way. At least when it comes to width, you'll have other problems, but that one will be solved. So, position, extremely useful, often misused, and I say that it's usually like if somebody's getting frustrated, like, screw it, I'll do position, and I'll just move it around with that, which is often a way to earn yourself some bugs. So, position has associated styles. There's top, bottom, left, right, which are very useful, and then z-index, which is where things are in the visual stack. So if you imagine that the web page is a stack of papers, it's kind of the order that they are, and you're looking straight down on it. Oh, so there's this notion of what's called positioned elements. So positioned means that the position style is set to anything but static. Static things are not positioned. Everything else is positioned. And so positioned elements can use top, left, bottom, right, and z-index. Things that are set to position static, you can change top, bottom, left, right all you want, but it won't do anything until you make them positioned. And I'll explain that here. So this is static. I said from the top, move it down 100 pixels, from the left, move it 50 pixels. It's like, I don't care. I'm static. So yeah, not many people know about position static. It's the default value of position. So if you don't set it, that's what everything defaults to. And yeah, so you'll see this. I'm using this example multiple times. So this is to show you what does and doesn't interrupt flow, because this is a floated element. And so if the document flow is interrupted, this will go behind it. So position static, document flow is intact. Position relative. So this is one that I said messed with document flow, but it doesn't break it. So you notice that the element is overlapping the text, but this is where it would have been if I hadn't done anything. It's still taking up that space. And so now we can say, okay, I'm moving you down 100 pixels, I'm moving you left 50 pixels, which that's clearly not twice that. Anyway. Position absolute. I'll explain this one a little bit more later, but if I were to say top and 0, it goes up to the top corner of something, and you notice that now we've broken document flow, and it's like it's not even there. The text behaves as if that thing doesn't exist. And again, the shadow of where it would have been had I done nothing. Position fixed. So that is, I want this thing to follow me while I scroll. Right? Whee. And position sticky, which is experimental, doesn't work in everything yet, but is going to be awesome when it does, because we end up writing a lot of JavaScript to do this. So basically, you notice that it's still respecting document flow. This is where it would have been had I done nothing. It's still taking up that space. The text didn't go behind it, and it's moving left a little bit because it started closer to the side than 50 pixels, so it scooted it over. And then as soon as it hits the top constraint, it starts following you. So yeah, that should be usable in a year or so. Actually, maybe longer. 20% is pretty bad. All right. Oops.
Could you write with position sticky, but with a fallback?
Yeah, you could do a JavaScript fallback. That'd be pretty easy to do. I bet you somebody's already done it. So, how and when to use position? Like I said, it's not bad to use it. It's just often used when something else should be used. And I lost my my notes here. Give me 1 second. Ignore the man behind the curtain. All right, there we go. Oh, I didn't give myself notes. Great. Oh, no, I don't need notes. This is a section header. Sorry. Okay, so position absolute is really great when you want something to be positioned according to something else. So the way position absolute works is it looks for the nearest positioned ancestor. So anything that's not set to position static could be absolute, relative, or sticky. So this is where it would have started had I done nothing. I said top left 0, right? And so it's following that ancestor, right? And so if I were to make its ancestor that it's sticking to right now position static, oh, wrong one. Not bad. If I made its ancestor, there we go. Now it goes up a level, and I can do that again. So it's just finding the closest ancestor that is something other than position static, and then it's going to the top left corner of it because I said top left 0. So this is kind of a way of scoping position absolute. Often people will just set things to position relative and do nothing else because now they're positioned and it doesn't affect document flow. That's a pretty common one.
So like the parent would be relative and then the children would be...
Absolute. Yep. Exactly. And then I could even, if none of its ancestors, right. Well, anyway, I don't need to show you necessarily, but if none of its ancestors are positioned, it'll be position absolute according to the document. You can only go so far. So I said now you can use Grid to do this, but this was a popular thing that if you have a caption that you want to overlay the image, so if you have a div or the figure tag around the image and the caption, so that is position relative, and then the caption container is position absolute bottom left 0. Another cool thing you can do.
I mean, that still works. Is there any reason not to use it?
So, yeah, it's a really good question. The thing, because it's document flow unfriendly, it'll do that. But if it was display grid, the container would take up space. The text would take up space, so then it would still be hideous. It's not going to fix that problem, but at least it would take up space and not overlap everything. So it would actually get really tall. And I wish I could do that easily. Anyway, let's do. Good enough. All right. So another fun thing you can do, which I didn't do. So you see here, I set this to width 100%. If I didn't do that, it's just going to take up the space it takes up, right? The other thing, so right now it's bottom left 0, right? So if I, correct, because now I'm going to say right. If I put right 0, now it's 100% width. Because I said, hey, stick to the left side, hey, stick to the right side. And then I could also do that vertically. I could say top 0, and now it's an overlay. So it's, hey, stick to the top, stick to the bottom, stick to the left, stick to the right, and now it's 100%, 100%. And when something is positioned absolute, that is one of the few times that height, so let me undo these. That height as a percentage will do what you expect and take up 100% of the height. Usually it'll be a percentage of the width of the parent, which is goofy, but whatever. So you can also scope z-index, which is not well known. So right now we have, I don't remember what we have. So this is, yeah, position relative. It has no z-index. This is border box, nothing special there, nothing special there. Okay, so this one is positioned, and I just scooted it around. And then if I set z-index to 0, or I'm sorry, -1, anyone guess where it went? It is behind the background of the web page, is where it's at. So if this had a transparent background, you might be able to see it. But it's literally behind everything. It's the bottom of the stack of papers, right? So if I wanted that, I use this actually quite a bit. If I wanted that square to be in the background, so to speak, of maybe some text or something that's here, the way to do that, because like let's say the text doesn't have a wrapping tag, right? The text is just free floating. So you can't position it. You can't set its z-index because it has nothing to, you can't just target the text. So what you do is you take the a parent, any old parent, and you have to set position relative, and then you have to set z-index to something other than auto. So as soon as I press 0 here, ta-da! It's now -1 in this container, not the document.
The child.
The blue square is now -1, but it's in the scope of this, not in the scope of the document. And so let me do one more thing. Oop, what did I just do? Oh.
Does that parent have to be position relative for that to work?
But yeah.
Yes, okay.
It has to be
Well,
positioned.
position. Yeah, position. It could be absolute or sticky, but yeah, it has to be positioned, and it has to have z-index set to something other than auto. So what I could do now is increase this, and you notice that. So I'm increasing the parent, right? We're on the parent right now. If I increase the z-index, at one point this is traveling with its position parent. So now it's popping in front of this guy here. So you're scoping z-index. These things are all now traveling together. So this is really handy. Like if you have I had something on a site where they wanted like a hero image, right? And it had some text down here, and there was a cool like gradient, and then like a image, right? And the image was content managed, so I wanted it to come from Drupal, and I could make it a background image by writing inline styles, but I didn't want to. And also, the image is technically content, so giving it alt text is nice. And so I made it an image, and then so I positioned. So here's an image in here, right? We'll just say that's the mountain with the lake or whatever. I made it position absolute, 100% width and height, z-index -1, and on the wrapper I said position relative z-index 0. And now it's essentially a background that is technically content that has alt text, but for all intents and purposes, it looks and feels like a background image. Okay, so how do I know which layout method to use? So I can give you some guidelines. There's no, absolutely correct answer, but there are ideas that will work better than others sometimes. So start outside in. That's the way. So the way I presented these as grid and Flexbox, and that's generally how I ended up using these. So I build. So I have my markup, and so I'm like, okay, I need to do some stuff to the header. So I do the header first, and then I do some basic styles on the content wrapper. And I'm like, okay, that's about where I need it. Okay, now I'm gonna go inside the header, and I'll do the logo and the menu and the search box. Okay, those are looking okay. Okay, now that I have those kind of in the right place, now I'll make sure, now I'll go in a little deeper and do the menu items. And so you just kind of start outside and just work your way in, get everything in about the right place, and then go in a level, and then get that stuff in the right place. And that will generally lead you to writing CSS that you won't hate later. It'll just end up preventing issues where you'll write something that'll cause bugs or get in the way. Start flow friendly first. So if you can't do it with flow friendly, then maybe try something that's not flow friendly. So position absolute or negative margin or negative padding, all that stuff. You can go to that if you need to, but start with grid and Flexbox and box model, and then position or whatever else. And actually in box model you would have negative margin and padding. I generally go to those first before I go to position. Unless I know, it's like, oh yeah, this is best achieved with position, I'll just go ahead and do it. So back to this. So I might use grid on a wrapper that's around all of this. And then I'd probably use grid on this container here to do the sidebar and content. You could also use Flexbox, but it's not as good as grid at that, but it's fine. It's what Bootstrap uses now, like I said. And then I would definitely use Flexbox on the menu. It's really good at getting items like this to line up correctly. And then like the designer might want, these items to be spaced evenly so that there's always one at the beginning and the end, and I can do that very easily. And then I won't get wrapping on accident. It does mean I'll have to test to see where it starts to, take up all the space, but I won't get any accidental wrapping, which is nice. And then, I might use grid on this, a wrapper on the header to get, this here and that there, and then the menu full width. That's definitely going to be floated. And like this, I might use in buttons. I usually use inline block. Sometimes you can use block and then like do something to make sure the width isn't 100%. But usually I use inline block because that'll get me padding, which I want on a button. And then I can also use margin, which I generally want on a button. So if two buttons are next to each other, I want the next one to move off a little bit, and I want to put a little space below the button. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. And then remember what the layouts are best at. So if you're doing 2D layout or you're doing something you need to be very, like, this is the layout I want you to have, don't mess it up. Grid is great at that. If you're doing one-dimensional layout or the layout has to be more content aware, like a grid of thumbnails or something, and the thumbnails might be different sizes, Xbox is really good at that. Box model, it's just when you need some width and heights and margins and all that. Do display block, do inline block. There's also inline flex and inline grid. Not sure why you do it, but you can. And then position. It's special cases, it can be a little risky, but there's nothing wrong with it. If something's being a total fussy headache, so am I using the best tool? Google what you're trying to do. Like, hey, I'm trying to do a card kind of looking thing, or I'm trying to get a image gallery to do this, and Stack Overflow and CSS tricks and all these things will have good solutions. I will say with Stack Overflow, read 3 or 4 solutions when it comes to CSS, because there are a lot of bad answers around CSS. Or old answers. They were good at the time and they're not anymore. and then go back to the designer. Hey, I'm having a hard time with this. Is there a different way we can get the thing you're going for that's not quite the same? And 99% of the time they'll be like, oh yeah, I just wanted this to stick out more, so we'll just do this instead. And, it'll be way easier for you. Helps them to know what the constraints are. Helps you because you're not pulling your hair out. All right, so let's call that lunch. So let's do an hour. And let's just call it 1 p.m. Cool. So, wanted to talk about transforms, transitions, and animations. So transforms kind of go in the layout section, but that's not usually what they're used for. They're usually used for transitions and animations, which I'll explain shortly. So a transform manipulates an element visually. So it gets rendered on the page, and then you can do things that graphics programming languages do. It gives you all sorts of little controls. So you can move, scale, rotate. One important thing to know is that when something is transformed, it'll anti-alias, which means that means normally something on a computer will be jaggy with pixels, and that means instead of it looking like that, it'll kind of create some soft pixels to make the edge seem smooth. So this can be a problem on like small type and things like that. So you want to be careful with that. It can mess with document flow, but it doesn't break it. Stuff will still live in the space where it started at, but you can move it around. And it is the smoothest and most performant way to animate things. And transitions is a form of animation. So transitions and animations often use transforms. And you can define multiple transforms, which is really cool. Or transform something the same way multiple times. So transform looks like. So here I'm just specifying one transform, in this case translate. So translate is moving something, and the way this is written is you move it X and Y. So you can kind of imagine, moving something X will, if it's positive, it'll go that way, Y will go that way, and then you can do negative, which will move it that way and that way.
Can you use any unit?
Yeah. Yep. I think it's any length. No, unit. Those are slightly different. I think unit includes percentage, whereas length does not. Length has to be like a M or a pixel or something that's finite. But yeah, you can put pretty much anything in there. One thing to know is that anything that has this kind of function notation doesn't behave the way a lot of other CSS does. So you might expect that if you didn't specify Y, that the transform would apply to X and Y, because that's how like margin works when you specify margin. That's not the case. And it's different for different transforms, which is annoying. So if you only specify one value, it will just go to X. So there's that example, which is kind of goofy, but whatever. And this is what I mean when I say it messes with document flow. So it's still inhabiting the space where it originated, but we moved it over. So here's another one, scale. If you only specify one value, it applies to both X and Y, but you can specify X and Y separately if you want to squish it one way and stretch it another. And so this isn't a percentage, it's a multiplier. So 2 is 2 times 200%. Everyone do that. So I just went, got bigger. And here's X and Y, so it's wider and shorter. And so 0.5 is 50%. Rotate does what it says on the tin. You'll be using deg for degrees. And so you can go positive or negative. You can also go over 360, which sounds like something, why would I bother? But I'll show you why that matters in a bit. And then skew. So skew is kind of like if I took something and I went, like that's skew X and this is skew Y. So I did both. So I skewed it 45 degrees this way, so and then we went, or no, other way around. 45 degrees is.
Does it move down like this way?
Here, let me. Actually, I don't remember. Whatever I say is going to be a guess. So let's just do it live. All right. So if we just do that. So okay, so that's what's happening. So this is horizontal. We went like that. So that's 45 degrees. So another thing that's really important with transforms, or can be, is transform origin. So you can specify, so I'm rotating 45 degrees and I'm changing the origin. So by default, it's center, so right in the middle of the X. So the blue one here is rotated from the center point, and the red one is rotated from the top left corner. So with this one, it's like we put a pin here, and we went, and here the pin was here, and we went whoop, like that. So it'll have a little bit of a different outcome. And here's some examples. So scale matters. So if it's in the middle, it's going to move towards or away from the middle. If it's in the corner, it'll move towards or away from the corner. Skew, it's like you put a nail right here, and then you skewed it, as opposed to here where both sides move. And translate, it doesn't matter. You can put the origin wherever you want. It's still going to move to the left or right. The origin doesn't affect the outcome. So you can do multiple transforms, and order matters. So let's say this is the correct orientation, right? So on the blue element, we moved it over 200 pixels, and then we rotated it 80 degrees. And then this one, we rotated it 80 degrees, and then we moved it. And so they have two different outcomes because of the order. So as far as the element's concerned, left, its orientation of where top, bottom, left, and right are doesn't change even though it's rotated. It still thinks, to the right is now this way. So some pro tips. Elements with small detail can get fuzzy because of anti-aliasing, so don't transform an element that has tiny text in it. And you can be like, oh, it looks good on my screen, but in a different device or a different browser, it might get fuzzier. You can use 3D transforms. I didn't show you any, but there are lots of transforms. You can go look up all the things you could do. Those are the ones I use, and a lot of them I don't use hardly at all. Like I've used skew once to make. I basically made. I was very pleased with myself. A designer had there was a quote. Like that, and like a picture or whatever. And they had this element that was like these little hashes, right? In a vertical line that I'm not very good at drawing right now. But I was like, how the hell am I going to do this? Because if I make it a background image, there's going to be like part of one up here and part of one at the bottom. It's going to look stupid. You're going to tell it's in a rectangle. So what I did is I made something that had that, and I skewed it. And now it became that, and it didn't have that little clip of one there. So yeah, that's the one time I've used skew. But yeah, 3D transforms.
Is that a 3D transform though?
No, it's not. 3D transform would be you can translate Z, so you can push something back or bring it forward. There's some other ones I can't remember. The translate Z is used in parallax, usually, depending on how you accomplish it. But things like that will kick on the graphics hardware, which will deplete phone battery. So it's a not cool thing to do. Unless you really need it, like, it's important to the function of your web page, then do it and know what you're doing. But, if it's brochureware and you do it, boo. So they can also cause laggy or slow performance on phones, because if you're actually doing something, some people will declare a 3D transform but then do nothing. So I'm going to translate Z 0 and do nothing, right? But it still kicks on the graphics acceleration. But yeah, if you're doing anything like parallax, it often just completely slows down and like it gets all janky and the frame rate dies on phones because they are not the most powerful computers in the world. So transition. Transition is basically saying if one of these properties changes, I want you to animate from where you are to where you will be. So it's the difference between if I put a transition on margin left, let's say, or margin right, I'm going to go that way. Instead of going like that, like all of a sudden, it would be like that. It would animate the transition, I guess. So you can use any animatable property. That's a link to, you can look that up in MDN. So basically, you can animate almost anything that is a number. You can't animate display block to display inline. Like, what's that transition? But you can translate like opacity or location or things like that. So that's what it looks like there. This is just saying any of the transforms that are applied to it, if they change, animate it for 1 second. And so here, I'm saying on hover, I want you to move 50 pixels to the right and 25 pixels down. And that looks like that. And the other thing you'll notice is that when I catch it in between, it figures out where it is and then where it will be, and it transitions it. So it's very nice and smooth. Color is also a very popular thing to animate, which is a number. All colors are a number. So like the hexes are technically a number. Hex means it's a hexadecimal, which means that it's instead of ending at 10, which would be decimal, I guess, or base 10. It has 16 places, which is what A, B, C, D, E, and F. They're extra numbers. So in this one, I'm declaring 2 transitions. If the transform property changes or the background changes, and then on hover, I'm changing the background to a red, RGB, and then it's a semi-transparent blue, so it's going to be a semi-transparent red, and there we go. And so I could actually, you notice I set different timings there, so the background takes longer than the location move. And then there are also timing functions. So if you've ever done any animation, these will look familiar. So basically, whatever the change is, on one axis, so this axis is time, and then this axis is the animatable property. So let's say I'm changing from 10 to 20. So that would mean you could write 10 here and 20 here. And so as time moves, a linear one, the move from 10 to 20 is going to go steadily, right? And this one we're saying, okay, it's going to start quickly and then it's going to end slowly. And this one's going to start slowly and end a little bit quicker. This one's the opposite, and this one's kind of like it eases in and out, so it kind of dips its toe in the water and then slowly as well starts and ends slowly. So you're like, okay, yeah, whatever, graphs. I don't. Here's a example. So all of these, the timing is the same. They all take 1 second. It's only the timing function that changes. They all arrive at the same time. So linear, ease in, so this one starts slowly, and this one ends slowly. And then again, because it's a transition, it knows where it starts. Or it figures out where it is and where it's going to be and animates that. Another thing you can do is transition delay. which is very fun. So this one will start immediately. This one will take 1 second, and coincidentally, this animation takes 1 second. So as soon as this one hits the end, this one will start, and this one takes 2 seconds. So after this one hits its line, and so I could also add a timing function in each of those as well. And then if you notice, like the yellow one hasn't moved because it didn't get its time to do anything. And when I hover off, it's like, oh, I'm still in this location. Like, it's setting back to the original location, and it doesn't get a chance to animate. Fun. So animation's different from transition. Animation has a static beginning and a static end. Like it's not dynamic like transition was. It doesn't care where it started. It's going to start where you said it starts every single time. So a good way of thinking of it, it animates between multiple configurations. So you're going to say at the beginning of it, it's going to be here and do this, and then it's going to go to here and do this, and it's going to go here and do this. You can loop it any number of times or infinitely or just do it once. Doesn't require user interaction, but usually it is based off of user interaction. A lot of times animations are kicked off with JavaScript. So like you'll toggle a class and it'll be like, okay, this thing needs to do this, so I'm going to do, swoop in class and I add that. And again, we can only animate animatable properties, which I find kind of annoying with this, but fine. So first you have to define keyframes. They look like this. There are other values I think you can use here other than %, but % always makes the most sense to me because the amount of time the animation takes is done separately. So you can have this animation take 10 seconds or 1 second, and 0 and 100% still makes sense. So we're going to say we're starting at negative 15 EM, which is way off that way, and we're going to end at 0. Oh, and it's going from transparent to opaque. And so here's that animation. So this thing is centered to begin with, but I'm making it start off over here and then come in. So this is, let's pretend that that's the keyframe code from before. So I said keyframe, I gave it a name, I gave it that configuration, and then I say, okay, this element's going to use that keyframe. It's going to take that long, and I'm going to make it infinite. It's just going to keep repeating and repeating. This is a terrible animation, but an example of multiple configurations. So I just typed in random numbers, and it looks awful. So yeah, you can do that. You can do very sophisticated things. There's a bunch of libraries online with like just CSS keyframe set up for you. So if you want something to come from the top of the screen and land like it bounces or something, somebody's already done it, and you can get it from them, and it's open source or whatever. I mean, there's no point in having CSS that isn't open source because I can just right click and save it anyway because it's the internet, and just not credit you. Not that I would do that, but yeah. So some pro tips. Transforms are the best. If you can do an animation with a transform, you should. Because of the anti-aliasing, the animation will look a lot smoother. It also, like I said, it's more performant. And it doesn't cause reflow. So that means if you animate the margin, let's say, that might push around to other elements, which will be awkward. During the whole animation, like words might be moving around. You don't really want that. That's not good. And let me show you. So this is really fun. Oops. No, I'm supposed to explain it first. Okay, so this is live. This is real. It's really teeny tiny. It's like that's a border of 1 pixel or something, or maybe 3 pixels. Yeah, these might be like 4 pixels tall. Anyway, so this is animating using transform. This one's using margin, and here you're going to see this margin cannot be in between a pixel, so it's all junky. And so it's not very noticeable at 100%, but it's not as smooth. It's just, it doesn't look as clean. So that's why you use transition whenever you can. And you also notice that that gets fuzzy. That's because transform will make things fuzzy.
What do you mean red is using margin left? I'm not sure I understand.
The property that's being transitioned is margin left. Here it's transform. So the effect is the same. They're moving the same direction, but one is using transition, one's using margin. I can actually show you the code. Which is, it's nice doing a talk about CSS in HTML and CSS. So this one, so transition, transform, transition, margin, and then there's the hover code is somewhere. Here's 0.5 EM, and it ends up being something else. So yeah. It's fun that it actually did this. I was like, oh, maybe I can actually show a live version. I was worried I'd have to like record a video or something and figure out that, but that's much easier. So cool tip: don't move things that people are trying to hover on. You'll notice that if I don't move my mouse, it'll continue. But the second I touch it, it's like, oh, you're not hovering on me, and it goes back. So yeah, don't do that. It's me. The other thing you basically don't want to move something in a way that if the user didn't move their mouse, they'd lose it. So like you could make something bigger, but I wouldn't make it smaller because that would change the hit area. Another thing you could do, you could use, like you could have the thing that people can see, right? But then you could have a div around it that's transparent that the hover is on. And so you can make this look smaller, but the actual hit area stays the same. So that's another way you can do that. If you need to do something like that, just don't change the hit area. So there are some accessibility concerns. Large movement can affect people with dizziness and nausea, vertigo, those kinds of things. So don't be a jerk. Somebody showed me a website recently where they clicked on the hamburger menu on desktop, and then and that went like swoop, swoop, swoop. And then like the screen was red, and it was like, wow, you're gonna piss someone off. Like, no. Actually, I might be able to find it. 1 second. No one has any issues with that.
As long as it's not one of my sites.
No, I guarantee it isn't. Unless you've worked for Carnegie Mellon. Somebody showed it to me, and we're like, isn't this cool? Oh, that's not it. It's I can't remember. Is it college wrenching? Yes. These pretentious jerks. Oh, look how cool it is. You have a knob, you can turn off this dumb thing that we have. And then swoop, 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 swoop. Like, not cool. Not cool, guys.
Association.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Anyway.
Very strange menu.
Yeah, and they have like this tiny sideways type. It's like, stop. What are you doing? Anyway.
So that every time you click the menu, it does that animation?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you're like over it by like.
Yeah. It's like, coulda, shoulda. So yeah, that's actually an accessibility issue. There was somebody sent a flashing GIF to a reporter. I can't remember his name. Bald white guy. And that person who sent it was charged with assault, charged and convicted.
Wow.
So that's serious stuff. Don't do it. And flashing and flickering can affect people with seizures. I'm sure a lot of us know that because that's been like an issue with movies and things like that, and video games. So another thing you can do is cubic Bezier. So instead of using a pre-existing timing function like ease in, you can make your own, and you can do whatever you want. So there's a cool website, cubic-bezier.com. This is made by, I believe, Leia Veru or Valhead. Oh, okay, I don't even know. Never mind. Anyway, made by a really cool CSS person. So you can make whatever thing you want, and then you can test it here. Womp womp. Womp womp. And so another cool thing you can do, since we're animating location, this is a bounce. So it goes whoop. It goes past the destination and comes back, which is kind of fun. So you can do all sorts of really interesting things, and this can be done on a transition. This isn't like an animation. You can do whatever you want if you want to write enough configurations. But with this, it can be all dynamic, and it'll transition from any state to any other state cleanly. Wee wee. All right. Anyway, before any of us get sick, I will stop messing with that. So yeah, haven't done it, but it's cool. I have also seen people, a developer at our company used what's it called? Cubic. There's a timing function that's not in the spec, but is popular. It's cubic something. Anyway, it looks really nice, especially when you're transitioning location. And I can't remember her name right now either. It's bad. My memory is going. All right, so before and after, it's kind of a weird place to bring them up, you might think, but I often use the before and after element with animations and visual things. So if you haven't heard of these before, they create pseudo content. So you can create content in the web page from CSS. It doesn't originate in the HTML. It essentially adds a new element. It adds like a span in the page. It's artificial. It'll show up in the DOM up there. And you can get two of them, a before and an after, for any element that has a closing tag. So things like the input tag, which does not have a closing tag, cannot have before and after, neither can image, some of those other ones. And you can insert text into the page, but because the accessibility for pseudo-elements, pseudo-content is spotty, you shouldn't, probably. Sometimes it's okay, and I'll give you an example of when it's an okay thing to do. So here's what you need to have a pseudo-element. You have some selector, can be any selector, and then you just say content. And I put empty quotes in there. That like 90% of the time when I create pseudo content, it's empty quote. It's nothing. I just need something else to style, and this will create an empty and invisible element. So a very popular use for pseudo content is the clearfix hack. So if you remember, in Drupal 7 and Bootstrap and all that, they'll have a clearfix style. And this is the clearfix style. Back in the day, this didn't work for every browser, but nowadays this is all you need for a clearfix. So it's creating a after element, and it's just making it display table, and it's putting in a clear to clear all the floats, so that an element is as tall as the floated items inside of it. So another thing you can do, this is an example of when it's okay to add extra content. It has to be supplemental content. So it can't be critical to the understanding of the page, because some people wouldn't be able to get it. So, and that would be considered inaccessible and certainly uncool. So this is a good example I stole from CSS Tricks. This is an email even without the text. You understand what an email is. So saying contact me at isn't a big deal. Like, that's not going to diminish the value of the page.
I would point out just that is going to cause problems if your client comes to you and says, I want to translate the site into 15
Oh, yeah.
minutes. Right?
Yeah.
That would be more
Yeah.
exciting than that.
I put some pseudo content in Backdrop, and Nate was like, I don't want to figure out how to make translatable CSS, so no. Yeah, that's a very, very good one. Another thing you can do is you can expose attributes that are in the HTML. So find my mouse here. So if I inspect this, so it has attribute data-label, and it's set to featured. And you notice right here, this is the pseudo element that's been created. And in here, I said the content of the pseudo content is the attribute data-label. So that can be kind of cool. I've used it for some things. But my favorite use for it was I did a talk on responsive design a long time ago, and I exposed which breakpoint I was on in a pseudo element that was at the top corner of the page. They'd be like, oh, now we're on tablet, now we're on mobile, and you could kind of see it change. It was pretty fun. I haven't found too many practical uses for it. I have used it for like a hack if I don't have like complete control over the markup of a page. I'll hack something in with this. It's not good, but sometimes it's what you can do. So yeah, and then you can see here you can style it like any other element. Actually, I guess that's what it's here. You can kind of do whatever you want with it. So here's another good example of something you could do with it. In the print style sheet, you could expose the href of any link so that the link text can be valuable, but then when it's printed, they can see what it linked to. So this is concatenating. If you're familiar with that word, it just means cramming some strings together. So you have a number of text objects, and you're just sticking them together. So yeah, when you concatenate, you don't need any special character. You just say, this is a string, this is a variable, like a data, and this is another string, and we'll just stick them all together. And that's what happens there. Oh, and actually, I wonder, let me check something. It's another good example. Let's see if it's still live. Oops. Yeah. Let's see, what's this? Oh no, that's not it. Oh, please tell me. Oh, come on. Is this? No, it's ClearFix. See if I can find an example of this real quick. No, I got it. So here's a site I work on for Carnegie Mellon. So this is a hero. I have it so they can upload any image they want, right? And I need to be able to put text on it. So I need to ensure a certain contrast level, right? So I could do it with image magic, but I don't like doing that, so I don't. So what I'm doing here to get the overlay on it is I'm using a before element. So its content is nothing. Its position absolute, top left 0, width height 100%, and it's just a gradient that is not completely opaque. That is a really easy way to get an overlay going. Other fun fact, and I'll show you this later. That icon is a couple of pseudo-elements.
Wow.
There's the top. There's the handle.
What? Two things?
Gale.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, in the not so distant future, you can just use SVGs for that. There's still a little bit of a hairball to get working well, but the nice thing about that is if I want to change the color of it on hover, it's just an HTML thing. I just change the color of it, transition it, no problem. Whereas with an SVG, it needs to be in the markup of the page in order to manipulate the colors. It can't be like a background image or a content image. And then some browsers don't work with it very well, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that took me like a half hour to put together, but it was fun. So I'm going to call that self-care, because I was very amused and feel good about myself. Anyway, so some CSS accessibility concerns, just some stuff you should think about. Big thing, if you're writing CSS, you're probably the last defense against bad color contrast. Like the designer might be putting things together and they are, you know, in a certain mindset. I find as a front-end developer, though, I'm thinking about technical things and I have like a different perspective. And just thinking like, hey, is this dark enough? Is a really good thing to do. And then you can go back to the designer, or sometimes just do it. Like if it's not that far, just give it a bump. But if, yeah, you can go back to the designer and say like, hey, this isn't contrasty enough. And partial vision or not having great vision is the most common accessibility issue. And if you weren't aware, we are all essentially low vision when our phone is in direct sunlight. You want more contrast. So you're looking, you know, you're just looking out for everyone when you're doing this. So if you look up CSS contrast checker, you'll run into this thing. And you have to use your judgment a little bit. It's going to tell you, like, at least do AA. AAA is a bit of a tall order sometimes, but at least do AA. But the judgment call you're going to make is it's more forgiving for larger text than it is smaller text. Smaller text needs to have a better contrast ratio. So you're going to need to say like, oh, okay, this is maybe a little smaller than that, so maybe I should bump it up a little further, like having more of a contrast ratio. But you can put in whatever colors you want there, and you get good feedback on if it's good or not. So another thing, whenever you do a hover state, just add focus. It's a pretty good general rule. And what that is for people who use a keyboard or other device to navigate, not a mouse. That's when, you know, if you tab around a form or something, actually let's go back a slide. So if I tab around here, there we go. It found that link for me, so that's a focus state. And so yeah, basically anytime you hover over something, it's a lot like focus. There are instances where you want them to be different, but it's a pretty safe general rule. If you add hover, just put focus on there too. So content hiding options. There's quite a few content hiding options. So there's hide from everyone. So screen reader is not going to see it, and a sighted user isn't going to see it. So display none and visibility hidden. Difference between these two: display none pretends like the element doesn't even exist, doesn't take up space, doesn't do anything. It'll still take up space with visibility hidden. If you want to hide from sighted users but not screen readers or assistive devices, the element invisible class in Drupal, SR only in Bootstrap is similar. You can also do what's called the FARC technique, P-H-A-R-K. There's a really good CSS Tricks article that goes through all of these, but you basically shove the text off the side of the page and make sure it can't be seen. Another thing to think about, Andre the Giant's hand, much bigger than a regular person's hand. The head area needs to be a good size. So basically, like he might have an iPad for an iPhone if he was still around because his hand's so big. That's what that's about. But yeah, so basically the guideline is 45 by 45 pixels. It also makes for better mousing. There's a really nerdy formula that can help you calculate the success of somebody being able to hit something. It's like the distance from the mouse to the object and the size of the object. And anyway, basically making things easier to hit makes users more successful. Weird. Just don't make a hit area unintuitively large. Like if it looks smaller, like if you do this, where I said like you could change the thing that you can see and have the hit area do something else, like don't get too ridiculously large with your hit area and have the thing you can see be really tiny. That doesn't make sense. You don't want to confuse people, but giving them a little bit of bumpers, like a little bit of room isn't bad. I'm good. Do we need a break? Has anyone? Okay, cool. Okay, so setting up your projects to avoid headaches. So this is kind of, you're hopping onto a project or you're creating a project, and like how do you set yourself up so you're not going to hate the project as time goes on. So first we have a tale of two projects CSS. There's a word called specificity in CSS, and that talks about when you're targeting something, how direct are you being? And I liken CSS specificity to, or the CSS specificity of project to something like a coffee shop. So if I'm in like this, a coffee shop like this, and I said, oh yeah, people with white shirts, can you raise your hand? Like if for some reason you do that. But that's kind of what CSS is doing, right? It's like all things that are like this, you're now this color. And it's all nice and quiet, and people can hear me, and I don't have to yell, right? So that's a nice low specificity site, right? Like you don't have to create these ridiculous selectors to try and get something to apply. So this is lullabot.com specificity. So the notation for this is 3 digits. So this is anything with the same specificity as a tag would be increment this number. Anything with the specificity of a class will increment this number. Anything with specificity of an ID increments this number. You want as low as possible, but still apply, right? And so the highest one we have is 070. And you notice, it's like a couple up here, but our core of our CSS is in the 010 and 021. So, one class or 2 classes and a tag. It's kind of where we're living. And this is like our base style sheet that's only talking to tags. Like, A tags need to do this and whatever. So this is a nice, happy.
Where's your important?
This is another project. And importance different. So I'll explain that in a second. That's a good reminder. I might have forgot about that. This is another project. It is a futurist company that wants to help the future, I guess. I won't say too much. And I had to work on this site, and I wanted to shoot myself in the face. This is like really, really hard to work on. The worst selector is 371. 3 IDs, 7 classes, and 1 tag to target one thing, or one set of things. And just look at there's a serious band right here. It was almost impossible to get anything done. And the problem was that CSS. I mean, we came into this project. It existed before us, right? So I can't. I have to talk on their level. I can't just walk in and be like, "Hey guys, can you do this?" I have to get a megaphone. I have to work in this area because I have to compete with all of this. It's insane. You don't want to do it. And to give you a little idea, if we put on charts on the same thing, we're down here, they just have a whole other class of nonsense. You can barely get anything done. And to protect the whoever that site, I changed some classes and things, but the CSS that was the worst offender, this is one style. So okay, here's one selector. So tag, class, ID, tag. Holy cow. And here's another one. And it gets better. Oops. I think that might be the worst offense. That might be the 371 or whatever it is. Maybe that one is. Anyway, you can't even. How do you write good code here? It's not even possible. And it's just to apply this nonsense. It's like, oh my goodness, come on. Don't do that. So this isn't a coffee shop. This is like a battle. This is like, I have to get someone and sneak in behind enemy lines and take over a megaphone or something. It's insane. It can't work like that. So, so to go back to what you were talking about real quick. There's kind of if you think of you remember Middle Earth or whatever, right? There's realms of CSS, right? So you have the browser, right, which is the lowest level kind of stuff, and then you have what the website wants, which is in this area, right? And then above that, which is preferably never used unless you're a dork like me, you have style sheets that the user might add to the browser, so anything the higher up it is, I should do that in reverse actually, because the cascade. But basically, the user agent style sheet will override anything else. The reason important exists is to say, screw what everyone else wants. I want to take my thing and put it in a different realm, which is important, which lives, which is at the top and will just screw everything else. Like this is what I want. And there's very, very few reasons to ever use important. And it's really just going to cause what we call specificity wars, which is why I use this joke. Because you just end up it should end up making it worse and worse and worse. It's additive. It's not like, oh, I'll just do it this once. It will get bad. If you have like the tool we use, if we have to do something stupid like that, we make a shame.css. And so you put in a comment to say, this is why I had to do this. This is exactly what it does. And here's the style. And it's not to say like, oh, I'm editing, I'm proud, I'm wearing the pink sombrero or whatever. It's just to say like, okay, all the really bad styles are right here, and they're well commented, and we know why we did it, and then maybe in the future we can fix it. But if not, at least it's not buried somewhere.
Excuse me, what did you use to generate the specificity charts?
I forget. I Google it. Yeah, if you look up CSS specificity chart, there's a couple.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool if you do like a retheme for a website or something. It's kind of fun to get a before and after.
Yeah.
I've done that with clients.
I think it would be helpful for like when I'm having to support an existing site, and like I was talking at lunch about how it's really hard to estimate effort.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like it's very much tied to this. Like I think I could extrapolate effort, and that's where I get screwed because I assume there's like the same coffee shop.
Right.
And I estimate the same coffee shop, and then I spend my whole weekend and I can't build.
You walked into a war zone instead.
Yeah.
Totally. Yep. Yeah, and then there's also, on that site, the bad one, we were able to eventually kind of have a certain content type where, we did all the classes and we did all the, all that stuff. So we were able to kind of just ignore most of that stuff. Like most of that stuff was using selectors that were very specific to certain pages or elements. And so if none of those existed on our custom content type or whatever, then we didn't have too much of a problem. But yeah, it's not good. It's not fun. And I have tried to rescue a few sites, but usually it's not worth the effort to try and rewind that much technical debt.
You need so much QA too. It's just
right, exactly. And then maybe something that doesn't exist now, but someone adds on the site later is going to find a bug. Like it's just like forget about it. Just make a new theme.
Yeah.
Like that's the only real solution a lot of times. Okay, so let's talk selectors so we can avoid that nonsense, right? So, like I said, this is how these work. So you have simple selectors, so 001, and I color coded these to kind of give you a sense of like, this one's bad and evil. Class name, so 010, and then ID 100. So you also have the universal selector, which is star. I've used that a number of times. So for example, in the slide deck, I made an arbitrary class called columns wrapper, and I say any direct child of columns wrapper. So to column wrapper star, do this. Like any child needs to be, if there are 4 elements in that box, then each one needs to be 25% or whatever. And sometimes it'll be a div, and sometimes it'll be a pre-tag, and sometimes it'll be a block code or whatever. Like, I don't care what it is. It's a child of this, therefore. So the other simple selector that you can have is the attribute selector, which is really cool. I don't know how much any of you have done with the attribute selector. So there are a number of ways you can use it. So and real quick, it has the same specificity of a class. Pretty much everything except for the universal selector, other than tag, class, and ID, but all the special ones are going to have the specificity of a class. That's a pretty popular specificity for selectors. So when we say attribute, we mean HTML attribute. So it's something inside the tag, href, style, whatever, those things, source. So if you just want all things that have this attribute, you just do that, right? But then you can also say, they have this attribute and it's set to this. So I could say very explicitly, it has to be this value. So it could be, for instance, href equals google.com, you know, and then I put the Google logo next to every link to Google or whatever. And then another option you can do is star equals, which means this string occurs somewhere in that attribute. So this would actually still select that because L and U occur in the value. And then this one means starts with. So it's a caret, upwards caret equals. And so it starts with VAL, therefore. So star equals I've used, you'll see like font awesome and things like that. They'll have selectors that are like, you know, it's FA dash, you know, magnifying glass, right? Whatever. And then so instead of making you put 2 classes on every single icon, they'll make it, they can make it so you only have to use 1 class, and they can put their default styles on class star equals, and then, you know, FA dash. So if FA dash appears in the class attribute, then do these styles, which is a handy little trick. Or actually, you probably wouldn't do star, you probably would care. But anyway, that's the reason you might do that. Attribute. Another one you might do is like you might want to style all things that are already hidden, or if you're toggling a certain state. Like there's the new details element. Have you heard of that one? Just bring it up. So it's an accordion that doesn't require JavaScript. So it's just a details tag, and the summary is what appears in the bar. And so if you inspect it, when it is open, the browser adds an open attribute. So you can style all details that are open. So yeah, that can come in handy to style things that have a certain attribute. Oh, and this is by no means the only way you can dig through attribute values. There's regex, there's all sorts of nonsense, but you can go to MDN for that. But these are the common ones that I use. So there are also combinators. The default combinator is descendant, and that's just space, right? So if you say like, you know, body space H2, it's any H2 that's inside of body somewhere. But then you have direct descendant, meaning that it is a child, like a direct child. And then general sibling. So oops. That shouldn't be universal. That's a mistake. Sorry about that. This should be, I'll just, plus. And this should say just general sibling and adjacent sibling. So if we have a div or whatever, and we have some boxes in it. So if we were 2 levels up and we use the caret, the direct descendant, we would not select these. So if direct descendant would just be this container here, right? And then if we're talking from this one, so let's give these names. So let's do container. And then let's do, I don't know, wrapper. Sorry, these aren't great names. Let's call these square. So I could do container caret wrapper. And that would work, but if I tried to do container caret square, it wouldn't because it's 2 levels down, right? So this means it has to be a direct child. And then general sibling means, so let's say I have square 1 and square 2 and square 3. If I did square 1, which was a lovely PBS show, and I did adjacent square, it would select both of these. I'm sorry. Nope. The tilde. The tilde would select both of those because they're both next to that one. The plus sign would only select number 2. It has to be right next to it. And also, if I did that, if I started at 2, so I did square 2, and I did, let's say adjacent, I would not get 1. I would only get 3. Only afterwards. Which kind of goofy, but whatever.
You did general? Did you mean general? Or
Yeah, either one. Plus or but you only get the ones after you wouldn't get the one before.
oh, you, okay.
Yeah, so I only really use those when, like for instance, if I have a menu block, let's say in Drupal, and I want to say the UL inside of the menu wrapper shouldn't have bullets on it, right? Because it'll look dumb. And then I want to say something about the margin or the padding or whatever. I'll usually say, actually, let me be smarter about this. Go away. I would say menu UL, because you know what else is a UL? Contextual links, and I don't want to mess with their style. So I'm like, I only want to target this one and not these other ones that are over there, or that might be nested. I don't use sibling very often. One good use for it is if I have a button that's next to another button, I might do margin left, just to shove it away from its neighbor. Or actually, in this case, I would probably do plus, but I think it'd basically be the same thing no matter what. I can't think of a circumstance where there would be a real difference there. So pseudo classes, you're probably familiar with these because of hover and focus, but there are tons of them. So they all have the specificity of a class. So whenever you add them, you're essentially adding a class as far as specificity is concerned. So first child, last child, empty is a great one. To prevent editors from adding empty paragraph tags to make a page longer, I will sometimes do p empty display none. Just to be like, no. Another thing you can do, by the way, another fun thing that's related but kind of goes back a little bit is if a user is logged in, you could do like a logged in class, or like if they're a certain role, and then you could put a red border on all images that have an empty alt attribute. It's another good one for the attribute selector. So and not that every image should have alt text. If it's decorative, it should not have alt text. But it's a good reminder, like, oh, that one does need alt text. I should go and do that. And so you also have checked for checkboxes and I believe radios, and you have tons and tons and tons of pseudo selectors. But yeah, these are the common ones that I use, except for nth child. Nth child is amazing. I was so happy when these came out, and then I was like, oh, I can't use these until IE8 dies, and that took years. But now you can. IE8 is effectively gone. I mean, check your analytics, but it's pretty much gone. So all of these have the specificity of a class, and you have different things. So you can say nth child or nth of type, so you can target things that have a certain class on them or that are a certain tag. So one thing that I've done is to do zebra striping on the, Actually, let's just do that. Do zebra striping on a table. I do nth of type because the first row might be a T head and the last one might be a T footer, and I want the first row to be a certain color in the zebra striping. So that's a handy one to do. It could also be like, if this is the first headline that appears in the body, do this. That kind of thing. So, wait, I thought I had more for that. Oh, yeah, later. How do you figure out what selector you want? I was mentioning at lunch to some people, there's kind of a different mindset for different situations. So there's, I'm using Bootstrap versus I created everything custom. There's I am building a site from scratch, or I have built this, or versus I came in and someone else built this, or even like this is a third-party site and I have only so much control. So there's kind of different ways to think there. So, but generally speaking, what's always going to have some truth to it is you want to keep the specificity low, but you do have to speak at the level you have to speak at. I mean, don't make it worse, but you might have to equal them. Only target what you mean to, but I'll kind of give some definition around that. And then try to use selectors that explain what they're targeting. So it's kind of like that idea of commenting your code by having meaningful names. I'll give you a good example of that in a bit. So keep specificity low. So here's an example of something you might find on a website. And they're not great. I mean, especially these first two are terrible. Like this is bright, hateful red because 2 IDs, what are you doing? But we could probably simplify these. Do I really need main? I mean, it's an article, right? I mean, I could also do like, I could add a class to the wrapper that's like article and then the view mode. So it could be like article full A or something like that. I could probably get this down to one class and one tag. Page main. So first off, I don't want to use 2 IDs, so I won't do that. But I can switch this to an attribute selector, and because maybe an ID is the only thing that's on that tag, that's what I have. But at least I can get the specificity down to a class instead of using the ID syntax. It's going to select the same element. It's just this won't make your code hard to work with. And then here, the example here is you don't qualify, is what it's called. Don't qualify your selector. So is it really important that you only select sidebar titles that are H4s? Or are all, or does it probably doesn't matter. If it's a sidebar title, I want to do this. I don't really need to add this. This is just adding specificity for no reason. And I'll just make things potentially harder to override, and then you'll end up, starting a specificity problem that's get worse. So yeah, just chop that off. I used to do that a lot because like I know what tag it is, so I'm going to add it. And it's like, nah, you don't need to do that. Keep it simple. So only target what you mean to. So let's say, I wonder what CMS this came from. Let's say you were trying to target the paragraph in here. I might say, oh, you know what? I want to, since I want to get to, I'll start with a P, right? So we start with P, but then when I back out, I'm like, okay, maybe it's a paragraph that's inside of news notes, or maybe it's only node news 2, right? Like this, it has a nid of 2 and whatever. Is that what you want to do? And then, or maybe like another good example is field name body. So any paragraph that's in field name body, I want to do something with that. Or is it not necessarily that it's field name body? It's just that it's a text with summary field. Like it's that field type. Maybe that's what I want to do. It's just kind of giving a little thought. So like these class names are junk. Like these don't add any value, right? And then the divs don't either. But in my opinion, sometimes they're helpful, but usually they're not. And like even like I don't care about that, especially now. Well, when that was added and the child wasn't reliable, but now it is, so that's useless. So it's just kind of thinking, this class is going to appear in other parts of the site, and when do I want, or this style is going to appear in other parts of the site, and what are the correct circumstances? Is there a class here that I can use? Then the other question, if you have control over the markup, is should I be adding one? Should I add a descriptive class here that says, this is a featured news node, and because it's featured, that's why this paragraph needs to be special. And then making sure that class name, is kind of documenting what it is and why it's special. So which leads us into that. So when possible, create descriptive and specific class names. And so if you've heard of BEM, that's a really good example of that. I think I have some slides for that later. If not, I will talk about it anyway. So going back to the previous example, saying any field name body that's in node news is a lot more helpful than node news field. I mean, they both would effectively select the same thing because in that example, there was only one field in there. But this is a lot more descriptive. There's something else I was going to... maybe not. There's something else I was going to say about this. Oh, the other thing you could think of when you're looking at something like this, are there attributes that, like, maybe when this appears, I need to be doing something. Like, don't just look at the classes, is my point. Tags usually aren't going to be very helpful for getting you, for like helping make your selector target what it needs to. Like if it's the end tag, well, yeah, that could be helpful if there's nothing else on it. But other than that, looking at properties and the classes attributes in the classes is going to be most helpful to figure out the best selector. All right, so here's kind of some general best practices, and I'll try to give you the, when the project looked like this is a better idea than this, and when it's like that, it's the other way around, or whatever. So in general, the larger the project is, the larger the code base, the more important these kinds of best practices are. If you're doing a lot of small sites, it's like a lot of brochure sites. Like you don't need to use BEM, for example. Like if I don't use BEM on some of the sites that I have, the specificity just gets so loud because there's so many different things I need to style that it becomes unmanageable.
I'm sorry, you said BEM?
BEM, yeah, it's a really like goofy class naming that a lot of people don't like. I'll show it to you in a little bit. But it helps me create really specific class names so that I only have to use one class to style things, which is why the Lullabot specificity was hovering around like one or two classes. So yeah, I mean, like a lot of people who are just like CSS, I'm good enough to be dangerous with it. They look at BEM classes like, what the hell are you doing, man? And it's like, no, trust me, I need this. You don't need to do this, but I need this. And a lot of people can get really dogmatic about this stuff, these best practices. I'm not gonna do that to you. I think that's ridiculous. Even people that are cool, which makes me sad. Like I like to think of this as like it's like Maslow's hierarchy of being a dev. There's like some people are, I know enough CSS to get the job done, the site is readable, I'm good to go. And then there's like me where it's like, I have to build a site with 1 million pages and this is my bread and butter and I'm gonna do all the cool kid, tricks, whatever. And it's fine, like it's just, we are where we are and like, it doesn't matter. If it works and it's not, impeding accessibility or anything like that, then who cares? So if you're starting from scratch, here's some kind of general rules. So I highly recommend using normalize. Reset is also fine. It kind of depends on what you want to do. I think if you're doing like an app, something that's less like a blog, reset might be your thing. A reset style sheet will make like all headlines look like body text. It's just kind of like scorched earth. Everything is samey. Whereas normalize is like no matter what browser you're using, headlines are all going to be this font size because some of them, their default style sheets are a little different. So it at least kind of guarantees that everything's starting from the same place. And I think if you're for most websites, Normalize is going to create less work for you, whereas reset, since it's making everything look bland, or like, you know, everything look the same, yeah, it's going to create more work. Decide on a class naming convention. So actually, I'm not sure that I have a slide for that, so let me so here, let's see if they have, there we go. Here's an example. So Ben is block element modifier. And it's not block as in Drupal block. It's block as in component or widget or something like that. So in this case, the block is form. That is kind of the thing that holds these things together, right? And then a form might have a Christmas theme. So when you say dash dash, that means this is a variation of this. It's like an adjective on the subject. Whereas if you do underscore, that means that this is part of this. So you're adding another noun. So forms have inputs. Forms have submit buttons. And then some submit buttons are disabled. So it's form underscore underscore submit dash dash, because it's a variation of a submit disabled. So this way, you're going to have class soup, so to speak. You're going to have a lot of classes in your HTML, but who cares? Your CSS will be maintainable on extremely large projects. So that's why people do this. You could also decide that you want to do camel case or snake case, or you're going to do dash delineated or underscore delineated. Just come up with some sort of convention where you're like, hey, this is how we're going to write our classes. These are the kinds of names that we're using, or whatever. Whatever makes sense. Another thing you might do is, let's say you're using, well, I guess I'm getting out of myself, but I'll do it anyway. Let's say you're using Bootstrap. You might want a way to delineate your classes versus Bootstrap's classes. So let's say if I'm doing lullabot.com, I might put LB dash in front of all of my classes, and now I know mine from theirs. Another thing like Drupal 8 does is every class that is touched by or added by JavaScript has JS dash in front of it, which is very helpful. Because in the Drupal 7 days, if you removed a class and then something stopped working, you're like, oh, whoops, what did I do? Which class was it? Ooh. And now you have like a helpful little kind of thing. Oh yeah, so here's a Ben class. So think about, so we're starting from scratch, not using a library or anything like that. Think about explicit versus utility classes. Explicit means I'm creating highly targeted classes like this one. This is a captioned photo inside of my widget. Versus utility, which is like text align center, like single function classes is what they're called sometimes. And what I mean by think about it is like, do you want to lean one way more than the other? Do you want, so like I generally lean more on explicit classes, and then I'll have a sprinkling of utility classes. Like if I have a hero on a website and it can be blue or green, I might have a utility class to change the background color, because there might be other things that need that same background color effect. And some people will go really far one way or the other. So some BEM purists will never use a utility class. Blah, why would I ever? And then some people is, I think it's called atomic CSS, where you don't actually write CSS. You just have a class for anything you'd ever want to do in CSS. So it's like margin 10, like M10 class, or like whatever. It's weird. I don't like it. But I think it's meant for people who aren't really writing CSS. It's like if you have something compiling your HTML and CSS, and like you have some Java application that's doing it or something, I think that's probably who that's useful for, but I don't know. So you made all these wonderful decisions. You've set up a system that you want to use. Document it. Even if you're the only person on the project, maybe future you forgets how you did it. Maybe somebody else gets added to the project. Just take some time. And I gave an example here that you can feel free to steal. I stole it from a very smart gentleman named Carwin Young at Lullabot, who's now working for someone else, NASA, I think, and he described them as NASA for the ocean. I forget what they're called. Anyway, he was a great front-end, or probably still is a great front-end developer. So this is a README that we put inside of the SCSS folder of the theme, and it just explains. We have special font size system. We are documenting all of our Sass mixins and functions, and there's a specific way we want to do that. Here's the different folders in there and what's supposed to go in them. So when you're creating a new file, here's some things to do. How we're writing comments, spacing, Sass formatting, mixins, nesting, and you. So yeah. Oh yeah. Don't use extends. I hate extends. Is basically. I don't like them because they don't work with media queries. So if you use a mixin instead of an extend, you get all the same functionality. You get some duplicate code in the final product, but the CSS performance is not affected by quantity of CSS. You have to get something like, I think it was 50,000 lines of CSS before there's any noticeable effect on page performance. It's insane how much CSS you need to actually make the page slow. Images and stuff, on the other hand, will definitely make your page slow pretty quick, but amount of CSS, other than file download size, doesn't matter. Class naming convention, so we're using them. We call it component element modifier because block means something in Drupal and it gets confusing. But yeah, I mean, this is, Carmen put in a lot of effort and wrote most of this once, and then I've been modifying it and moving it over to different projects. And yeah, feel free to change it, take it for your own, and do whatever you want. So, yeah, working inside of a framework. Whoa, okay. All right, yep. Yeah. I'm going to look at my Git commit history and figure out what CSS I made yesterday that ruined everything. Okay, max width 100%. No? Okay. 100 VW. Nope. Okay. I'm going to do this the hard way. Uh, 500 pixels. There we go. 600. 800. Good enough. All right. So if you're working inside of a framework, like I said, consider adding a prefix to your classes. Font Awesome adding FA I thought was really clever, and I've been stealing that. Also on the utility classes slide, I forgot to mention, I often put U in front of my utility classes, and that's so there's a reminder not to do something like this, which is you shouldn't be adding text align to something that's trying to tell it how wide to be in the grid. Like you're misusing this class, and this could cause problems elsewhere. So ideally, whatever this is would have a different class that you would use instead. You really want to avoid styling utility classes for something other than what's intended. It's just, yeah, it can get you into some problems. But it's not like a cardinal sin or anything. So have guidelines for what you use the framework for. So that means at one of my jobs for Lullabot, we decided to use Bootstrap, and I was like, you know what? I really only want the grid. I don't really care about anything else. I don't want my site looking like Bootstrap. We had a bunch of the team wasn't all super CSS savvy, so having something like Bootstrap at least ensured that the layout would be solid and less bugs and less time spent messing with that. And then on another project, you might say like, you know what, I don't care if it looks like Bootstrap, I don't want to spend all the time theming it. And so you say, we're going to use the whole enchilada. So just kind of making that decision and then either documenting or communicating it well. Another thing is like if you have a new feature, should you or your team look at the framework and see if there's an existing component, or if someone's extended Bootstrap or something to have a component that does that, or should they avoid that? But just kind of a guideline for that. So maybe you've done your research and Bootstrap extensions are terrible or they're great. I'm just kind of saying like, oh yeah, okay. If we need an accordion, look for Bootstrap accordions. Or no, don't do that. It's probably terrible. Look for some vanilla one, and then we'll figure out how to implement that. So yeah, some best practices for selectors, which I've kind of already talked about. So use classes, not IDs. With BEM and a lot of other CSS methodologies, they recommend putting a class on everything and almost never styling tags except for your base style sheet. And that's really so that everything's on the same level, specificity-wise. Because if you have something that has two classes and then a tag thrown in, now you have to be like, how do I just bump it up a little bit more, but not add another class? This is annoying. Just causes like little weird, somewhat annoying issues. You're gonna write styles. So the top of your CSS, the cascade, if you think of everything that gets loaded on a page, the top is the most general stuff, like your base styles. And then the lower you get, the more specific it is. So my shame.css is insanely specific, and that's always at the bottom. You also have like certain features that have their own CSS file. That'll be at the bottom, towards the bottom. So you might have heard of smacks or the inverted pyramid, which is newer. But so smacks, we use a smacks-like folder structure. If you're using Sass or just Drupal, I recommend splitting up your CSS in a lot of different files. I usually do like a file per component or per template or something like that, because in the end you can deliver it as one file. Drupal has CSS aggregation. Sass, you can just use partials and pump everything out in one file. So here we have the way they break it down that we've liked is base, which is just you're styling all the basic tags. Layout, which is just kind of the page structure styles. Module, which you could also think of as component, or like the different kind of features on the site might have their own CSS files. And then state and theme, we don't generally break out into their own different folders or files. Theme sometimes, like if you have a site where certain sections are branded differently than others, you might do that. Have like basically we also call it skin, so it's just changing colors and fonts maybe. But state is usually included in module for us. Yeah, Smacks is it's aged well, but it is pretty ancient at this point in internet time. Here's inverted pyramid. I think this is more geared towards people who create web apps and less like blogs or content rich. This is more like functionality rich stuff. But so similar idea. I don't remember what all these terms mean off the top of my head, but settings. So this would be like color variables, your grid width, your grid column width, or gaps, or whatever. Tools like it's just kind of things you're implementing or you're helping that are going to help build. Again, your base tag styling. Actually, those seem like the same thing to me, but whatever. And then we get into more specific things. So components are not. I'm not sure what the difference there is either. But then utilities would be, your very specific stuff that kind of needs to override everything. It might be, something that, can turn the background color of anything into a brand color, and then make sure that the font is the right color and legible and whatever. Oh, whoops. Avoid inline styles as much as possible. I mean, we all kind of know that from markup, but a lot of people when they're writing JavaScript don't think of what they're including that will end up being an inline style. Avoid it as much as possible. Use classes instead of inline styles. If you're making any JavaScript, the only time I use inline styles is something that has to be calculated on the fly and so like if I need to manually set the height of something, I can't have like a class for every possible height of an element. That'd be ridiculous. I guess that's atomic CSS, but I wouldn't do it. So yeah, only put inline styles in when you really have to. Don't use important. The only reason to use important is if you're overwriting an inline style. That's the only time it's actually necessary. What's my next slide? Okay, I think I have. If you need to increase specificity, there's a trick. Sounds like a Smashing Magazine or clickbait title. There's one cool trick. Don't let me forget. So only be as specific as necessary. So, you know, if I have a class that's called header logo, do I really need main header in front of it? Don't qualify your classes like that, which is just putting the tag in. Yeah, and then in the olden days, before a lot of us were doing them, like this might be multiple classes, so it'd be like widget.title.featured. So and that's creating two classes of specificity, which you don't really want. Oh, and my speaker notes are out of sync again. 1 second. If you're using Drupal or a CSS preprocessor, break up your files, like I said. And then if your web server is using HTTP2, that favors loading more files that are granular rather than HTTP1, which for CSS, just lumping all of your CSS into one file was more performant because CSS is so small, it's just a bunch of text, that loading individual files was more overhead because of each network call was like, hey, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Can I have this file? Yeah, sure. And like the whole quick exchange. So every network hit had a little bit of overhead. With HTTP2, that's not the issue, not the case. So having like I only load this CSS file when it's needed is a lot more performant. Who has not heard of auto prefixer? Okay, all right, most of you have heard of it. Okay, that's good. But so auto prefixer is amazing. You know when like border radius came out and we're like, oh yeah, you can use border radius, but you have to do -webkit border radius, and then so this is a tool that queries what the last X many browser versions are, figures out what prefixes are necessary, and does it for you. Because knowing which browser prefixes you need is such a waste of your brain. So there's a bunch of ways you can include it in your workflow. You can use it as a build tool when you're compiling your stats or whatever. You could make it a plugin for your editor. So I have VS Code here, and I'm sure Sublime Text and others have it. So if I make, let's see, if I make this a CSS file, actually I might not have it on here. I can install it though. Install. Do it. Okay, so now I'll do flex container. Quiet. You can tell how much I use Windows on this machine for dev. Git doesn't work. All right, and then we'll say display. Display. And now I can, before I save, I can say auto prefix my CSS, and ta-da! So yeah, I've used this on projects where I'm writing vanilla CSS and I don't have Sass. I just, before I save, I just try and remember to do that. And if you don't have that available for whatever reason, You can also just go to autoprefixer.github.io, paste in your styles, copy the result. So here's a bunch of examples where these couple lines require all this nonsense. And then what's also cool about autoprefixer, you can specify what browsers or a dynamic thing. So you can say, I want to make sure IE8's covered. You can also just say, give me the last 5 browser versions, or whatever number you think you need to be covering. And yeah, it just handles it for you. Big savings on your brain. All right, and my speaker notes are now out of sync again. All right, here we go. Cool. So yeah, highly recommend autoprefixer. Oh, also, you pretty much can't use. No. I think it might have got better now, but at least last year, using Flexbox without autoprefixer would cause a ton of bugs. I think now most of those browser versions are gone, but iOS Safari was a real problem, and IE still needs a lot of prefixes, but it'll work exactly the same, just needs different. Well, there are edge cases, but for the most part, it's good. Yeah, so I showed you the trick before. If you have to use an ID because there's nothing else to style by, use the attribute selector instead of the using the hash and then the ID name.
Why is that better? I just don't get. I mean,
Oh,
I
your
believe you, but
Your specificity is lower. So you have the specificity of a class instead of an ID.
okay.
So it's
that's-
easier to override.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah, it's just keeping it to coffee shop levels.
Okay.
You know.
I never knew that.
Yeah. So, if the specificity is too low, this is what the trick I was talking about, and you just need to bump something up, but like adding other selectors, adding other classes would be dumb, because you're just adding them to add them. You can do this, which is, you're saying, the thing that has the class of my widget, if it has a class attribute, it does, then select it. So I'm making this, instead of having the specificity of one class, it now has the specificity of 3 classes, but I'm not adding noise. Like I'm not adding random class names. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's say somewhere else, there's a style that has 3 classes that's targeting the same element, and it's doing something I don't want. The only thing I need to style this correctly is this. Like, semantically, just having this class is all I need. And the only reason I want to bump up specificity is because I have to argue with something else. Adding this makes it so I don't have to add something weird like node-news, which might actually shoot me in the foot because I want to apply to things other than node-news, right? This is just a way to say, I'm just bumping it up. I don't need to add any other unnecessary context. I'm just trying to raise the specificity because something else is being a jerk.
And it's class.
Oh, you can do it as much as you want. So you can do it once or twice or a million times. It just depends. Like, you just do it until it starts applying. Add as needed. So yeah, that's a little trick. I also recommend adding a comment of why you're doing this. Just say, hey, bumping up specificity, so I added that. Just because that's actually not a super common thing to do, but yeah, I think it's a lot cleaner than adding CSS selectors that you don't actually need that might actually do something unintended. All right. So yeah, fancy nth child tricks. So yeah, nth child is insane. Things you can do with it. I can't really go over all of them, and if I did, it in one ear out the other because you won't care about it until you need it. But there's a CSS tricks article. It's wonderful. So it has this nice diagram to show you. Oh, you're selecting the 5th element. And all you did was put the number 5 in there, and that gives you the 5th element. But then the cool part is when you add n, and n means let me make that bigger. N means that you're trying to give it a pattern to select by. So this means if it's at least the 6th item. So we're selecting 6 and everything after it. And then, oh, I only want the first 5, so it's negative n plus 5, which is kind of cool. Or hey, I want every 5th one. I'm sorry, every 4th one starting at the first. So 4n minus 7, or 4n plus 1. Yeah, you should use 4n plus 1. That's a weird, why would you do that? Whatever. Chris Goiter. Yeah, and then you can also do odd or even. You can do all sorts of cool stuff to get whatever kind of pattern you need. I mean, more often than not, you're just doing some very simple stuff. The most common pattern I see is, and I'm not even sure how much this applies anymore because we're not doing float layout anymore. So like for instance, if I had a column, or I'm sorry, if I had a grid that I only wanted to be 4 items long and it starts over again, what I used to do was, I'll just type it in an editor because writing is hard. All right, so I might do like li nth child. (4n plus 1), which means the first item and every 5th item, or yeah. So there are 4 in a row, and then plus 1 means I want the first one in each row. And then if you want the second one in each row, you just do, oops, and I did that wrong, sorry. Typing over your shoulder is also hard. So that selects the first one in every row. This selects the second one in every row, third one, and last one. So that's a pretty common pattern. So like in this case, I would put clear left if that was doing float layout on a grid. And that would ensure that I don't get any weird, so like, I don't know if you remember, if you use floats, like if one of these was a little bit taller, like this one would get hung up right here, and he's like, oh. That was the way to fix it. And back in the day, you also had to worry about IE8, which didn't allow nth child. Or maybe it was IE7, whatever it was. So then you still kind of had the problem, but whatever. So yeah, if you need a weird pattern, or you want to select a very specific one, check out these recipes because I'm sure you'll find it. There's another cool thing: quantity queries. So that's not a real thing, but there's a hack where it's kind of a thing. So if you want to style something based on how many are in the container, you can. So you can say, for instance, if there are 6 items in this, style the first one this way. And then you can also say, if there are 6 items in this, style all of them this way. So my column wrapper does this. My column wrapper class, I say, if there are 4 items, each item is 25%. If there are 5 items, each item is 20%. I did that for like up to 6 items or something. So yeah, you can do that, and it's amazing. So it's using nth last child, which is counting from the back to the front, and then it's saying, okay, I want nth last child 6. So there's 6 items, and then it's okay.
If the last child is.
And then I want the first child, and then select anything next to it. So you're guaranteeing that there's 6 in the container, and then you're grabbing all of its siblings.
Holy cow.
Nutty. So yeah, cool trick. I've used it a couple times. Comes in handy. You just want different logic depending on how many things there are. So yeah, CSS got a lot more sophisticated in the last like 4 years. Yeah, you can just do so much more. Okay, so I need a bio break, but after that, I should have built in a break. This was way too long without a break. But after that, we'll go into debugging, and then I will show you, I'll show off some things that I've done and some tricks, just to show you some things that are possible, and also it amuses me to show off really bizarre CSS things. And then if anyone has a favorite trick that they like, that they want to show off, I will gladly hand over the floor and just find like a code pen or something, and we can get it set up here. So let's say be back at how about 3. All right. One thing I didn't show you that I should probably create a slide for are CSS columns. So CSS columns are super easy. Bam, 1 line. So normally this is let's get rid of that. So this is just a bulleted list, and I can add columns 3, and now basically what happens. I don't know exactly what happens, but it's like the browser renders everything as being 1/3, and then it just at some point says, okay, I'm going to take this and move it up, and it just tries to make 3 fairly equal columns. And the reason why I think it kind of does that, like just does that and then chops it up, is I've seen an item in the bottom of this that had a shadow. I've had the shadow appear up here. It's like, huh, okay. So columns is pretty easy to remember, but then there's also column gap. And so I can say, 5 EM, which is a lot, but just trying to do something noticeable. So now there's a big gap there. Firefox is actually wonderful for, you can actually, on columns and grid things, you can hover over them, and it does a really good job of showing what the columns actually look like, since they're invisible, which is great. But yeah, this is a really good one. I've used it many times. I guess I can't save when I'm in presentation mode. Oh well. I'll save this for later. So vertical centering. There's this is a lot easier now, but there we go. Now that we have Flexbox vertical centering, super easy. But the concept for the transform way is really cool, and there are other things you can do with the method. So the transform method for centering things, you can go horizontal or vertical, relies on positioning something, either absolutely or relatively, and you say top 50%. So let me actually remove that. So now, if you split this thing in half, the halfway point is exactly right here, right? So the top of my element is there. Okay, that looks all right, but it's not what I want. So when I say top 50%, it's calculating 50% of this element. Fun fact, when you transform something and you say translate negative 50%, it's calculating using the height of this element, not the height of this. So that's how it's centered. It's moved down half the height of this and then moved up half the height of the child. So you can do all sorts of cool stuff with this. On lullabot.com, not this version, previous versions, we had an issue where the design, they wanted white space. So the column, had the text was out here, right? And the browser edge is out here. And they had like code samples that they wanted to be full width, right? So that, lines of code be as long as they need to be. And so I had, there's just layers and layers of divs here, right? That I'm trying to break outside of. And it's like, well, how the hell am I going to go from here and push it out to here? So take this element, position left, position relative, left 50%. So now this edge, well, what's this edge? This edge is right here, right? It's in the middle. and then transform 50% that way, and give it a width of 100 VW. Shabam! Or you could also do like, oh, we didn't go over calc. Man, what is wrong with me? I need to add that too. All right, so let me do that here. So if I say width 100 VW, wonk, bam. Oh, except for it's vertically centered. Whatever. So left 50%, negative 50, bam, centered. Except for it's way off the side there, but let's pretend it wasn't. So you could also do, instead of VW, actually I guess it's just transform. That is not how CSS is written. Center. There we go. We could also do calc. So I could say, instead of 100 VW, so calc is it's really useful when you want to use a relative unit, but then you need to, on the fly, take away from that with a non-relative unit. So if I say, oh, I want it to be 100 VW, but just short of that, so let's say 100 VW minus 50 pixels. And at the time, when you're writing the CSS, you don't get to know how wide the user screen is. You can't just do the math for them. So this way, the browser does the math live, and so now it's just short of the entire width of the screen. And I did have to do that because, fun fact, you know, in Windows, they have that handy-dandy scroll bar that you can see, which I love, by the way. I hate that Mac takes it away. I think that's a terrible, inaccessible choice. But whatever. When I say 100 VW, it measures all the way out behind the scroll bar. And I would like it to stop right here at the scroll bar. And that would be great. So what I had was, like the code block was like behind the scroll bar. So I just took away like, 50 pixels or something. It was like close enough. So yeah, that's a really good one. Oh, and actually, I meant to show you before I got into this. Let's do some debugging tips and tricks. So, let's bring this one back. All right. Let's change view and go to full page. So if I had, let's say I'm on my local editor, and I'm like, what on earth? My CSS isn't applying. Why isn't it showing up? I'm angry. This is dumb. Step one. Oops, don't do that. And Control B. Step one, body, color, red, important. This is how I check to see if my style sheet is even being loaded. And then I'll press save and reload the page, and if it wasn't, then okay, why isn't it being loaded? Now I know the path I need to go down. Step two, check the computed pane. So I might say, okay, why? So there's a problem on that side of the room where it was like, okay, I put display flex on this, but it's not doing anything. And so it was on header logo here. We had display flex, right? Actually, this isn't a great example for this, but so I might go to the computed pane and be like, what on earth? You should be display flex. So I go here and oh yeah, okay, it's display flex. But at this point, it might come out and say, oh, it's display block, and this is the style that's doing it. Ah, jerk. And I can go deal with that. Right. So checking this is usually my second stop, because often this will tell me. Because technically you could find it in here, but
you're angry, you're trying to scan and read, and you might miss it. It's just much quicker to go to computed and figure out what is the actual style, and why isn't this doing what I want. So the next step I would do, let's say I found out, hey, something else is overriding it. That's when I would be like, okay, what's the specificity of that thing? So let's say, I'm gonna actually sneak ahead. Here's a fun trick. So you've seen me do this where I go, okay, background red, cool, hooray, and you can just type something in there, which is nice. And what it's doing is it's literally injecting a style attribute here and then pumping CSS in. So there's if you really want to get into styling something and you want to do it in the browser, which is sometimes something I want to do, best way to do it, you click on this add button here. And I think this works in Firefox, but I don't know how to do it exactly. And then, type in whatever. This won't actually work because this isn't a pseudo-element, but I'm going to type in content. It is technically valid CSS, it just won't do anything. And then it says inspector style sheet 1. What could that mean? If you click on it, you now have a style sheet. You can just sit on in here and hack. And you can say background red. And then you can say font size, 1 pixel, whatever. You go to town. So let's say I'm trying to apply background Alice blue. Yes, perfect. I don't know what that means. But something else that I don't have control of or I can't change for some reason, let's say it's body.header-logo and it's saying background red. And for some reason, pretend that's somewhere else and I don't want to or cannot change it for some reason. This is when I would do a specificity hack. And I do that. Okay, now I win, haha. And I'm not having to do something like adding body, which is like, it's context I don't need, it's kind of muddying up my intention and my code. So I would rather do this, and then I usually leave a comment like right here and say,
I win.
yeah, bumping specificity because of jerk CSS, right? Something like that. So then, let's see. Another thing you can do, there is the network tab here, and you can say, hey, you know what? Let's say the body, color red important didn't pick up, and you're like, what? Maybe there's another important style on the body font color, but probably not. But let's check. So if I want to see if my style sheet's being loaded at all, I can press CSS right there in the network tab, and then refresh the page, and then it gives me a list of every CSS file that's loaded. And then I can hover over and be like, oh, okay, that's where that's coming from. And so that's a really reliable way to figure out if your file is being loaded at all. And this will also, theoretically, I've never had this problem, but theoretically JavaScript could unload a CSS file. The network tab would record that it was loaded, and that just stays there. And then if it gets unloaded later, this is a really good way to see. Oh yeah, it did. The traffic went over the wire. It did hit that file, and then you can track down whatever the other problem is. Next tip here, check the class name. I run into that problem a lot, and I'm a terrible reader, apparently. And so often what I'll do, okay, the class isn't applying to this thing, what the heck? So I just double click in here, copy it, and then go to, where's my, I reloaded the page. So I go in and copy it and actually paste it into my editor or whatever, and then I'm like, okay, I know I have the right class name now. It's still not working. Now what do I do? Or it does work, and that was the problem because I misplaced the dash or whatever. Or an A was an E, and that was really hard for my eyeballs to catch. One thing I have done as well is I've put in the HTML dot like I'm CSS, so make sure you don't do that. That's an annoying one, but that's another, is
Make
the
sure
classic.
you're looking at the right site.
Right.
Have you ever
Oh,
done that?
yeah.
When you're really tired.
Environment indicator for the win, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great module.
Right there.
Yeah. Oh man, that one is so infuriating. I've chased that for an hour.
And where
before,
you're actually
so.
changing your styles because you
Right.
think you're not doing it
Right.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah, usually going to like the network tab and some of those other steps I show will have me catch that earlier now, but yeah, I definitely still run into that. So another thing is hide and seek elements. So things that maybe are behind elements because of z-index, or they are overflowing in the containers and they got clipped or something. So the best way to kind of test for that is, and as you notice, like this is why I always have this thing open. If I'm writing CSS, this inspector better be open, because it's just invaluable. So let's say the element I'm looking for, I just inspect something that is either its parent or that it's adjacent to, and then I just start exploring the DOM. And I'm like, okay, and then I can kind of like go through and figure out what's happening. Like maybe I have malformed HTML, like there's a terminating tag or there's not a terminating tag, and things are getting goofy. Because one of the charming things that browsers do is if you make a mistake in your HTML, they try to make it better, and sometimes they make it worse. So inspecting the DOM like this is really helpful, more so than the HTML. Like if I went to view source, that's not nearly as helpful as this. So if you see something that's like, I didn't put that in that div, it's probably the browser on load tried to cover up an error. So then if it's not in the right place, it's probably what's happening. But yeah, so then the other thing you can do, so let's say, let's take this image and let's hide it. Okay, so now it's behind the background color, right? So if I was looking for this, if you hover over it, even though it's not visible, when you hover over it in there, it will say, oh, it's right here. And another thing it'll do, let's say, it's shoved way off the screen. Now it's like, oh yeah, it's like over there somewhere. Like it'll still give you something, even if it's like not even on the screen. It'll still try and tell you. And if the dimensions are 0, 0, that means that there's some really, check your CSS or maybe the HTML, because something's collapsing it or something. That's that's definitely a problem with your code. What's funny is HTML is it's more or less responsive by default. It's our code that makes it unresponsive or breaks or whatever. It's like out of the box, it's ugly as hell, but it does everything you need. So yeah, figuring out kind of, okay, what's the problem? Why doesn't this have a height, or why can't I see this? Yeah, inspecting it in the DOM here is going to be your most valuable tool. The other thing, so if it's overflow hidden, if that's your problem, you're going to need to check parents. So with overflow hidden, you might have to go quite a ways up the tree. You might have to go to a great-great-grandparent or something to figure out. And so when I do that, I will methodically, okay, I don't see it, let's check this one. And then I'll go down here and compute it, and I'll look at overflow. I'm like, okay, doesn't exist. All right. Oh, the other thing you can do is you can just type in overflow. And it's like, okay, it doesn't exist. Cool. All right, next. Nope. Nope. Yeah, if you think it might be being clipped because of an overflow hidden issue, that's the way to rule that out or try and address it. You could also do something like star overflow visible important. That'll also, nothing is clipped. It still might be hidden, but it won't be clipped. Here's what I've had. Horizontal scroll bars when there shouldn't be. Hate that one. Best way to solve for that, or at least figure out what the culprit is, start doing display none. So I'll start at the top. No horizontal scroll bar. Okay. It's in the body. All right. Display none. Header. Still have a scroll bar. So it's probably not the header. So I can rule that one out. Let's go to this one. Display none. Went away. So it's in here. All right. And then it's the image. Right. But that can be really tricky. So that trick I told you about where I made a code sample on lullabot.com, the whole width of the site, that caused a horizontal scroll bar. It took me forever to figure out. Easy fix for that. Add, let's see. I'll just do this in VS Code. So you have body, right? And then you have end body, and then you just have a bunch of junk in here, right? Bunch of junk. Just add a div. And have it wrap everything. And then put overflow hidden on body inner. But never, ever, ever set a height or width on. And then anything that's shoved off the screen accidentally won't cause a scroll bar, because that will be your saving grace. That'll be what prevents it from happening. I end up doing that a lot on sites because I end up doing stuff like that all the time now. Designers. Yeah. So overflow hidden. It won't clip anything unless it has a height or width. That's why you on body inner you don't set a height or width. But if anything is flow unfriendly and happens, with negative margin or this VW transform hack or whatever, if it gets shoved off the page, it's flow unfriendly and it won't. It'll just get lopped off. Like it's not. It's not going to cause a problem. So, yeah. It's not going to increase the width. That's what I was trying to get at. It's not going to increase the width, which means that body inner will be like, oh, I'm just 100%. So that thing out there is good. Just chop it off. Margin, what? Oh, got it. Okay. So another kind of weird thing that you might run into, just to be aware of. Let's see, how should I do this? I will make a new code pen. And we will change your view. No. Wait. I guess I have to save it? I don't know. Change view. There we go. Presentation. Classic. Okay, so let's say we have a div. And then let's say this is my content, style equals background. FAA. Now I'm going to put a headline in here. This is my cool headline. So wait, why on earth is there space between those two divs? That doesn't make any sense, right? That is because margin is goofy. So if you have an element that doesn't have any padding and an element at the top or bottom of it has margin, that's going to push that element away for some reason. But the second I put padding on it, now it behaves like you think it would. And I just put 1 pixel. So it's a weird thing with margin. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. So a solution is also taking the margin off of the heading and instead using padding. I mean, the distinction between margin and padding doesn't really matter unless you have a background color. That's when it starts to matter. So, just switch it up.
And that was a padding on the parent because the H1 had a margin.
Yeah, right. Yep. Because, yeah.
So weird.
That seems like a bug, doesn't it?
It does. It's certainly not my favorite thing that happens. But yeah, so because this element has margin. Oh, and if I did if I put one on the bottom and took away that padding, it's going to have the same problem on the bottom of it too. So any element at the top or the bottom that has margin on something that doesn't have padding, it's going to do that. So yeah, either use padding on the parent or replace the margin of that headline or whatever it's in it, change it from margin to padding. So yeah, it's a weird one. No me gusta. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other.
I have a question, or
Sure.
like one. This is a weird thing. I don't know if this has ever happened to anybody else, and I wish I had a concrete example to show you. And I can't even remember how I wiggled my way out of these problems, but it's happened to me a number of times, and it's a huge time suck. But what will happen is, let's say there's 2 font families on the page.
Yep.
And I can see that they're loading because I see them both. I see the Times New Roman and I see the, whatever.
Yep.
And, but there's like one heading that's not doing what it's supposed to be. It's in Times and it's supposed to be the other one, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But my inspector is telling me it's the right font. And I can go up the whole DOM and like it's the one time my inspector lies to me. Why?
Okay. So I'm not sure why it would be telling you the wrong font, but I will tell you that let's say font. Right. I have to put a selector in there. All right, font family. Let's do Helvetica or whatever, and then spaceship. That's not a real thing. Sans serif, right? So if I inspect this, inspect that. I am inspecting that. Oh, sorry, my brain's starting to die. If I look at the font family here, it's computed. It's going to tell me it's Helvetica, spaceship, whatever. But that doesn't necessarily mean, just because that's the computed value, doesn't mean that it's going to be that font. So, Firefox and Chrome has a nice thing called rendered font. I don't actually have Helvetica, so it's actually rendering Arial.
Oh, I never noticed that. That's just there by default.
Under computed, yeah.
I just never saw it.
On Firefox, it's a different tab.
Okay.
Like styles and computed, there's also font. And it'll also tell you if it's a local file versus one that's downloaded, which can be really important if a user is like, oh, the font looks really goofy on my screen. It might be because they have a local version that's corrupted or something. I've run into total pain. Yeah, and it used to be that was impossible to debug. Well, not impossible,
Maybe
but
that's
close to it.
what happened to me in that case is I had corrupted fonts on my
Yes,
system.
I've had it. Yeah, and one thing you can do is when you do the at font declaration, make the font name something different, something that wouldn't show up on a local system. So it could be like maybe you just put LB in front of it for like
Yeah.
Lullabot. Right?
Yeah.
Change the name a little bit.
Oh, cool.
Because that's what it's not like looking into the file for the file to tell it what the name is. The name that CSS uses is in the @font declaration. So you can call it Bob. You
Yeah.
call Helvetica Bob. And CSS is like, whatever, it's Bob.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Whatever happened to the 3D inspector? Like, I loved that.
3D
I
inspector.
remember that in Firefox.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was
that's
so cool. It looked really cool. So it showed all your divs like in 3D, and you could like pivot.
All the children were like higher up.
It was like, and it was great. The thing was really, I mean, mostly it was just cool, but it was really great for like, you could tell something's pushing everything out. Like, what the hell is pushing everything out? You
Yeah.
could just tell at a glance with that tool.
That does sound cool. But here's something that reminds me of
Okay.
it. Super cool. Is this it? Yes. Debug.
Yeah, it's very much like.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, where did you get that? Where was that?
This is an all CSS parallax demo. So you'll notice like this is showing what it's doing, and then if you check debug, they're doing a 3D transform.
Now, how would I do this to one of my sites?
I have no idea. I didn't do that.
You're a web developer, figure it out.
Might not be that hard. I mean, you could totally inspect what he's doing. It's
Right.
just a translate Z,
Yeah.
which is or no, maybe it's rotate Z or something. Anyway, yeah, it's some 3D transform.
It's really helpful sometimes.
Yeah, and then they would have to have different Z indexes or perspective or something like that. That'd be weird. I don't know, but it's cool. Yeah. So, yeah. Let me go through some more of these. Here's just an example of CSS art. So I only need one div, and I can create a right arrow. So change view presentation. Actually, no. No. Change view full page. I'll just do the inspector. Much better. Okay, so I rotated it so it's the margin is all goofy now. Or it looks goofy when you hover over it. So it's one div, and then I'm using a before element. So I have a square that I rotated, and it has a border on two sides, and that's making the arrowhead. And then the after is the center bar. And so the styles are pretty straightforward. So the container, the div, has position relative because everything in it's going to be positioned absolutely. I give it a width and height. Another thing I generally do when I'm doing CSS art is I scale it. So if I'm shrinking it by half. And the reason why is some styles that you do, they can't, like margin, can't render in a fraction of a pixel. It has to be, it'll round one way or the other. And so if you make it a larger size and then shrink it, little defects like that won't show up. So that's a fun little trick if you ever get into doing this nonsense. And then there we go. I rotated it to make it turn into a right arrow because by default it's just pointing up to the left. And then I just rotate the whole thing. And you also, I think, it's hard to say for sure, but I feel like this bar isn't quite in the center either, but maybe it is. But when you shrink it, like weird little things like that kind of go away. Yeah. Similar thing, nothing too special. But yeah, instead of arrow, I'm just creating two bars and I'm rotating one of them in the center point. So I do center top. I forgot what exactly I did actually, but whatever it was, turned into a plus sign. Comment count thing. So let's see, I got Oh yeah, it's just one element. So it's the wrapper. The wrapper is a rounded box to create the bubble, and then what's the before doing? Because the after's caret. Top left 0 border reading. Oh, I guess I didn't. Yeah, I didn't make the span the bubble. I made the bubble out of the before element. Whatever. But yeah. Oh, making triangles. Triangles. Ah. So you can make triangles very easily. If you want to make one like that, you have to use a div element and rotate it, right? Because it has to be a border. But if you want to make a triangle like that, a filled one, what you do is you make an element that is width height 0. Actually, I'll do it here. It's width height 0, and then you give it a border of the width of the triangle, and then the element will be that big, and then you make, depending on the triangle you want, you make certain sides of the border transparent. So in this case, border top, border right, border bottom are all transparent, and then you get a triangle. And then if you want a triangle like that pointing to upper right, then border right, border bottom are transparent, so on. Fun little trick. Oh yeah, this is the one where, oops, the one time I use skew, right here.
Oh, right, there it is.
Yeah. Yep. So it's just a background of lines and skewed it a little bit. Why did I open this one again? Oh, here's that breakpoint thing I was talking about. So let's go change view, full page. So if you watch that text in the top left,
Huh. Wow, that's cool.
and all I'm doing is a different breakpoints, I changed that text. Easy peasy. Oh, that's right. I used to work for Highlights for Children, and a big part of their brand is their logo on the masthead of the magazine is this weird, like, what do they call them? Rhomboid? I believe something weird. Trapezium. That was it. No. I forget. Whatever it was called. So I was like, oh, that'd be cool if some of the elements on the site had that weird kind of off-kilter look, but it's hard to make something that's not rectangular or rounded corners on the internet. So let's see, what did I do here? I don't even remember. What? Come on. Okay, I guess I am inspecting it. So let's take a look. Aha, yep. So there's a number of ways you can potentially do this, but what I did was I made an after element, I made it white so it matched the background color, and then I skewed it and put it on the bottom. Another thing I've done to get that effect, because I wasn't sure what the background color would be, I had a div, right? And this had some background color. So this color is a known quantity, but what's behind it isn't. So then I created an after element. You know, whatever. And its background is a transparent PNG, and the PNG is just like a giant angle like that. And then I just stick it on the bottom here, and then it just goes like that. That was another way to do that. I ended up getting it so that I could make all four sides like weird trapezoid shapes. It was a fun little trick. This one I did for a Reveal.js presentation. So I believe this is a bulleted list, or no, it's not a bulleted list, but it could have been. And each one of these divs creates one of the notches so that the notch is kind of aligned with the item. And then this the top element, the continuum, is just a, it's a has one element that does the bracket, the black bracket, and then one that does the gradient. Nothing overly fancy, but it's just a little bit of extra HTML to create a pretty convincing, like, infographic-y thing. One of the many magnifying glasses I've made. So this one's input element. Because input elements can't receive before or after elements, I made the form actions element create. It's one of its wrappers. Make the magnifying glass, and then what you need to do, maybe you don't, but one thing, if this problem came up, one thing that can happen, if I have the button here, right, and then a wrapper has one of the before elements, and it's kind of overlapping the button, right, that can interfere with the hit area potentially, and so there's a CSS style called pointer events. And you just set it to none, and then the mouse clicks right through it. So they just made a link that you can't do anything with. But if I go to auto, it's a link again. Hooray! So yeah. And whatever, so basically it thinks I'm clicking on the background, except for it's still giving me the ability to highlight text. Stroke. What does that mean? Oh wow, weird. I can only click on the stroke. Or the fill. Ah. Learn something new every day by looking at the spec. Another cool thing about this is of course it's not. Oh yeah, initial value. That's what it's called. The way I found out that position static existed was I Googled position one day on MDN for some dumb reason. I was like, initial value static. What on earth is static? And then, figured it out. So yeah, like understanding that everything has a style by default, and that you can go look up or inspect it and figure out, well, that's what it's set to. So like in the computed pane, you can show all, which means even things that are not declared in any of the CSS, what's the value? So align self is a Flexbox style, but this doesn't have any Flexbox things attached to it. But if let's say the parent had display flex, this would kick in because that's the default value. That's something that's just kind of laying there and as a default and could totally be what's happening, or determine how that thing behaves. Another fun fact, just to kind of give you an idea, like that. Browsers are nihilists. Like nothing has meaning. Like everything is up for grabs. So I could go in here, right? Actually, let me find the slide that already has something. Let's see. It's a good example. What? Why'd it go back? What are you doing? You know what? This one probably does. Let's see here. There we go. Style block, right? That's some HTML. Interesting. Oh, look at that. It's display none by default. Interesting. What if I were to say display block? Oh, curiouser and curiouser. White space. Pre. Let's say font family. Consoles. Background. Position, relative, z-index, 99999. Interesting. Well, since it's such a nihilist, I can also do an HTML5 attribute, which says content editable. So I can arbitrarily say that this style block is editable. That's not working. Work. Let's see. What's a better one? There we go. So I'm editing the styles for the page in the page by making a style block display and making it content editable. Very few things are outside of your control. Like select elements are a pain. Yeah, certain other things are just kind of like weird little black boxes, but so much of it is just kind of like, yeah, I can totally make that do weird things because I'm bored and feel like it. So here's another cool example. The hamburger is, a lot of people do this. The hamburger is 2 pseudo-elements. So the way this is done, so the element is a width and height of 0. And the element is actually right there. And the before element, I give it a border top. And I stick it right there. And I just move it up a little bit. And then the bottom one has a border top and a border bottom and a height to make this space here. And then I move it down, right? And then when it animates, I can't remember exactly how it works, but I think there's a hinge here. It's like, so transform origin, it rotates from here, and it rotates here, and then this border fades out, and then it turns into an X.
Hey,
Hello.
I just want to let you know that there is an evaluation form on your training node, so we could maybe make an announcement that says go to the feedback form.
Yeah, so yeah, if you watch it real quick, yeah, that is what is happening. The other fun thing that's happening here, this isn't very accessible, but it's interesting. There is no JavaScript happening here. The way that the menu is appearing is that this is actually a checkbox. So there's a hidden checkbox here, it's element invisible, but if you code the HTML correctly, clicking on the label will check the checkbox, right? So that's what's happening. The checkbox is just hidden, but the label is tied to it correctly, and then I styled the crap out of the label, and then I have a style here. So this is displaying none right now, or no, actually it's not. It's height 0, overflow hidden. But when I click that, this is the checkbox, and I'm saying when it's checked, when it's next to a checked checkbox, it now has a height. So that's not very accessible, but
Why isn't that accessible?
it's using an element in an unintended way.
Yeah, but couldn't they tab to it and check it?
Right, but it's
not
going to be like,
obvious.
it's going to say there's a checkbox here, and that yeah.
I'd be like, well, what am I
Yes, it's going to declare a checkbox, and then you could. So what I do, I've just made this for a recent client where. So here's my beef. When you have a menu on desktop that is default in a hamburger enclosed, if JavaScript messes up or doesn't load for some reason, the site navigation isn't accessible. That's no go for me. That's not cool. So what I do is when the page loads, it's the checkbox hack. So it doesn't need JavaScript to make the menu accessible. Then on page load, I replace the checkbox with a button and all the proper accessible markup, and then it puts in the JavaScript to make that happen instead of the checkbox hack. And so it starts off reasonably accessible, and accessible in the sense if JavaScript isn't working, people can still use it.
I see.
And it's hopefully the best of both worlds. I did get a little grimace from someone when I said like that's what I was doing. I was like, man, like whatever. I like it, and I think it solves. I just having the menu for a site inaccessible is no, no. Brain says no. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I have in here, or maybe not on this one. Yeah, I have assistive text there. So like it'll say, you know, the label says toggle, there's a checkbox here, and they're like, what? And it says toggle main menu visibility. Oh, hopefully that's enough. But then, you know, JavaScript comes in and just nukes that thing. Yeah, so RSS icon. It's a few divs, but that's smaller than this, and the CSS is smaller than an SVG, I think. Maybe not. But also I can change the colors arbitrarily on hover or whatever, or the size of things. And I had fun doing it. So I could do red. Actually, that's less obvious. Let's do... Oh, other fun fact. If you weren't aware... This is RGB. These first two values decide how much red is in it, the second two how much green, and the last two are how much blue. And yeah, so it's basically, you know, 3 separate numbers crammed into one, which is kind of fun once you know that. So this one amuses me greatly. Let's see, presentation mode. So one thing I love is EMs, and so let me back up. So the main thing I did with this was I had a PSD that was a certain size, didn't matter what it was. But I used that to take all my measurements from, so my measurements would all be exact. And then I made a function in Sass. Here it is, calculate scale. So I would pump in, you know, if I wanted to know the distance between here and here, I would measure it on the PSD and I would pump it into my function, and then it would give me the correct measurement in EMs. And then since I made, so everything on here is scaled with EMs. And since that's the case, I can change the font size and change the size of this space, because everything is relative to the font size of the wrapper element. So right here, the font size is set to 50 VW. And so when you change the browser width, it's changing all this. But this is just a bunch of divs. Let's shrink that. So there's the head, the ears, eyes. It's just circles and squares with rounded corners. This stuff is all pretty straightforward. So yeah, it was a real fun little hack. But the main thing here I'm trying to show is I had this idea that, and it works, but it doesn't turn out as useful as I'd hoped. So if we go to this one, and let me. Oh, that's not how that's written. No? Good enough. On the old lullabot.com, if the old lullabot.com server was still accessible, that would be a picture there of the author. But everything inside of this component is sized with EN. So the padding, the margin, the font size, everything. And then the component wrapper, the article, oops, back there, its font size is set in rem. And rem doesn't change. And so that means that all the sizing in here is listening to the font size on the wrapper. So if I wanted to scale this bad boy down a little bit, I could just say font size 0.7 EM or 0.2 or whatever. And then everything would scale up or down proportionally. And the idea was that on a smaller breakpoint, I might want to just shrink everything a little bit. And that part of it ended up not being so true or useful. But kind of a cool idea. So I call that, like, it's like REM scoping. So everything inside of it is all kind of paying attention to one value in one place because everything's sized with a relative unit. So that was pretty cool, but it didn't end up being that useful. Here's a fun one just showing off some 3D transforms. I don't remember exactly how this works. Let's see here. Okay, rotate X -90 degrees. So this is a 3D manipulation, and then which is creating that effect. And so it's going from completely transparent to opaque and flipping down. Yeah, there we go. So it goes from 90 degrees to 0 degrees. This is another CSS art thing. I just made some chevrons by rotating the 4 elements, putting border on a couple sides. This is a fun one too. So this was for backdrop. There'd be pictures of layouts here. Above it, there'd be thumbnails of each one. So each one of these is actually a radio. And actually you can see, I think that's the image. That's supposed to be the image, that's the border. So I just wanted it to look more like a app interface and less like a form. And so it's the same thing as the menu, where this is the label, and I'm styling the crap out of the label, and the radio is just element invisible, so it still works, it's just you can't see it. So that's a fun trick. Oh, here's another one. So this was a backdrop again. So I wanted to create some sort of loading bar animation. Oddly enough, you can't animate the position of a gradient. The gradient is just considered like a static image. So in order to move that gradient, I just made the gradient and put it into a pseudo-element. I moved the pseudo-element. So it's kind of fun little trick. I don't remember. Yeah, I think this is actually text. Yeah. So this is something I do a lot. Just making dates look fun. So use time tag in some browsers and devices will let you add this to your calendar if you click it, which is cool. So you add a date time, but then it's just styling it so it looks fancy. Nothing too crazy there. And yeah. So we could end it here. I could take questions, or I could also live code how I would debug and make this menu real quick. If that sound good?
Yeah.
So now it's okay. All right. Well, let's do that. Editor view. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Presentation mode. That is fine. I'm going to inspect it, but maybe I'll just go on the bottom. There we go. Can't live without my inspector. All right, so outside in, always the way I like to work. So first I'm going to familiarize myself with this. So we got a header, 2 items in it. These need to be next to each other. And then we have the logo, which has some text in that. Oh, and so the way I'm doing this, if you use your arrow keys, it's just like navigating a tree, like a folder tree in some operating systems. Right arrow opens it up, left arrow closes, left arrow again goes up a level, and then you can use up and down as well. So if there's 2 items in here, I can go from, or if there's more than 1 item, I can go from that item to the A tag by just pressing left to back out, which gives you really, like, knowing the tree and knowing, parents, grandparents, all that becomes really useful. Okay, so step 1. Since I already have, so if there's pre-existing CSS because I came in on a project or I wrote it a long time ago or I wrote it 10 minutes ago, to find the right selectors, I'm usually just going here, okay, I want to target main header. So, main header, bam. Oh, and I qualified my class. Bad past Wes. This is really old. Because I stole it from my responsive presentation from, I don't remember when, like 6 years ago. So, first step, display flex. Bam. All right, so those are next to each other. Good enough. Next step. Header logo, so I want those next to each other. And so the flex wrapper needs to be the A tag. So I want to look for header logo. And so if I happen to not find, like there wasn't an existing style for something, I would look for something adjacent. So for example, there is a header logo A. If that didn't exist, I'd be like, I'd look for a header logo, and then I'd put it next to it just so my styles are all grouped. But we're going to do display flex instead of block. And we're going to do align item, I think. Aha! And you know what?
That's because it was stretched by default?
Yeah. Yep. So,
That's the default for align items is stretched?
Mhm.
Okay, so-
even if it's an image, yep.
Okay.
So that made it so that image wasn't stretched. And so this is also too tall. So I'm going to go back to that one. So that was let's see, that was main header. So nope. Try again. Nope. Okay, it's not helpful. I'm going to start up here. Main header. There we go. And let's do align items, flex start. There we go. Getting better. Getting better. So header logo. And then we want to do header logo A. And then I want to do, actually instead of flex start, I want center. There we go. That feels a lot better. And let's actually decrease the font size since this thing's so, my screen's so small. Okay, good enough. Actually, I'm gonna cheat a little bit here and do, just so we can kind of see better over there. Transform origin, left top, and then I'm gonna do Width 200 VW. Bam. So now it's like resumed out or not. Okay, so now I want to focus on this. All right. So I want to see if there's a dot menu. All right, close. All right, but yeah, I think that's where I want this. So I want dot main header dot menu. So if this were so this is a good example of how different class naming conventions work. So this is a traditional class naming standard. So we're just naming things something that is useful. We're dash delimiting the words. Cool. If this were them instead, I would say main header and then underscore menu, and my specificity would be one class instead of two. So on a large site, that would build up my specificity a lot slower, meaning my code base is going to be a lot more maintainable. Anyway, so display flex. Because this is a list, I'm going to do margin 0, padding 0 as a default here, and then I'm also going to do list style none. There we go. Getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Okay, so why? Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I want the hit area for these links to be the height of the logo, I think. Because right now the hit area is way too small. I don't like it. So I'm going to do some nonsense. All right. Nav. Do I have any styles for nav? No. Do I have any styles for primary? No. Okay. Well, let's do that. So it should go above, yeah, above this LI style, but below the logo. So I will do, what was it? Yeah, just primary. Keep my specificity down. Oh. That was invalid. All right, there we go. Better. No? You don't like that? Wait a minute. Duh. There we go. That's valid. All right, so align self stretch. Okay, so now, yeah, perfect. So now the nav is stretched, but now I need to get the menu stretched as well. So to do that, I can just put display flex on the nav. And so now I stretch this by doing align self stretch and then just adding display flex to this. Even though there's only one item in it, I just want the flex so that it stretches it vertically. And then it's gonna get a little goofy. And then we need to pass down that Flexbox stretching all the way to the A tag. So now we need to do it to the LI. So display. Wait, I'll show you this before and after. So this is display flex, right? And so this is stretching, but now the link isn't. So now the last step is to put display flex on the LI, which will stretch the link, which is right now not stretched. So display flex, bam, 100%. So now my hit area is all of that. Cool. I need that to be more visually intuitive. Right now, you wouldn't expect that to be a hit area for products. And I think if we let's see, align. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. What do I want? I'm trying to think how to sign up the type. Oh, padding, dude. Just do padding. I don't know. 2EM0. Good enough. And then we'll put a little padding on either side because right now, that's not bad. Yeah, that sounds good. And then, actually, let's do 1 EM there. And then we'll put some margin in between each LI. So margin right. Actually, it can be both. 0 to 0.5 EM. Cool. And then this guy, I'm gonna move it off of the logo a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then next thing I would do, put a hover state, focus state, and we'll say the background, I don't know, CCC. It's going to be a little dark, but fine. All right, cool, got that. Text decoration none, because that looks hideous. And then, oh, one thing I forgot to mention, when you add transitions, I'm going to transition the background. Ease in, yeah, whatever, ease in, fine. You want the transition to be on the default state. You don't want to add it on hover, because then it gets confused. You just want to say by default, if this changes, or on its default state, if this changes, you're going to animate it. Yeah, if you do it on hover, it won't work well. So yeah, there we go. That is, yeah. Okay. Any questions? Anything I can blab about more?
I'm glad it's being recorded.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yep. Cool. Well, as was mentioned,
This is making me realize that I actually need to go read the docs more on HTML5. Because you pointed out some things that I'm not using that I really should be.
yeah, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll be like, oh, I have a quote and there's a citation. It's like, how do I do a quote citation in HTML? And then I'll find, somebody will put a great example markup. And HTML5 Doctor is a really good website for that. And MDN. I think those are probably the two that I trust for HTML best practices. Stack Overflow is really spotty for HTML best practices. So if we go to schedule and trainings, there is a link to give me feedback, and I would love it if you gave me feedback, good, bad, whatever. I want it. So yeah, there you go. I guess it's just on the page. Very cool.
Wow,
And I might be able to add the slides here as well. Let me see if I can do that. But yeah, cool. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Wes.
Yeah, no problem.